should be, let's see, should be, yep, that one right there. All right, thank you.
See, this works.
All right. Okay. So, as Coach Winslow said, my name's Ben Nauman. This is actually my first time being an offensive coordinator. I traditionally am a defensive-minded guy, so I try to attack offense how I would – I'm just anticipating how the defense does everything. So I think that's kind of like my offensive philosophy. So, so we'll just go ahead and get right into it. So a little bit about me, just so you guys know. I played high school football at North Union. I had 3 head coaches in 4 years that had completely different offensive systems. So as a player, I'm used to adapting to different things. We were in the power I, the midline veer, and the wing T. So that's kind of like my football base of knowledge. In college, I played 1 year, but I was a defensive guy under Dean Paul at ONU. I was a running backs and linebackers coach at Ridgemont for a few years, being the defensive coordinator there. Then I came to Elgin from 2019 to now, where I was just a position coach my first year. And then when Coach Winslow got hired, I became his defensive coordinator. He put a lot of trust in me in that. And then this year, he's like, hey, I want you to take over the offense. So I said, sure, let's go ahead and run with it. Also, I put my email on here, too, if you guys ever need any questions or contact me for anything that way. So I'm going to say right now, I am not the expert. I'm not a expert. I'm just showing you guys what I know and what our system is and how we use it for our kids. So objectives today, our philosophy of power, why we do our numbering system, our variations of power, and these are just a few that we're going to cover today. Different formations, like we do things out of flat backs. Sometimes we can run power out of I formation, add the T, add the gun. Talk about what we do with our wing backs in power, their rules, their responsibilities. The fullback, talk about him, different techniques, different positions. And actually having that fullback power in there as well. Our different types of motions that we use, whether we're in a handoff situation or using the toss, and then countering power with our counter X or our double handoff on this particular one. So this is kind of where we are going to head today. So, all right. So power. Power is our foundation. Power is the first play that we run every single year. It's the first one we install. And typically when we do this, we install every version of power within the first 2 days of practice. Okay? And the reason we do that is because everything we do is based off of power. Okay? If we establish power, then our offense is going to click. Okay? We are a downhill, that's a smash mouth type of attitude, and power is our play. Now, we also call power money. Now, money is a one-word play call that we use for our hurry-up offense sometimes. So when we go, hey, money, 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 that means every player knows we're running 24 power. So they could be anywhere on the field. The play just ended, we threw a pass, whatever, and we're screaming on the sideline, money, money, money. Every player on the team knows, get to the line, we're running our money play. And we get this play every single day. And we know it's our money play because we guarantee 3 to 5 yards every time we run it. The only people that stop power really is ourselves. If the running back misses the hole, or lineman misses the block, or wing back misses a block, or quarterback fumbles the handoff, that's the only thing that stops our power is ourselves, really. So even if it's 4th down and anything less than 5, we're going for it and we're going to run power. And most of the time we get it. But that's that philosophy that these kids have bought into. We're going to run power. We're going to jam it down your throat. And power, again, we run it with everybody. We run power with the A-back, the C-back. We have some variations with our fullback running the power play and also our quarterback out of the gun. So power isn't just for your bell cow. Everybody that's going to carry the football can run some variation of power, and we're going to look at that here in just a little bit. Anybody got any questions about any of this so far? Sorry, I'm a history teacher. I always pause through all this too to ask questions. So our numbering system. Now, we do things a little different. Instead of using the gaps for our numbering system, we use the man. So you can see here, so the right butt cheek of the center, that's the 0. And then the middle of the guard is the 2-hole, the 4-hole, 6-hole, and so on and so forth. And then be the opposite on the left. And then our numbering system for our running backs and stuff, quarterbacks, number 1, A-back would be number 2, fullback 3, and the C-back is 4. Now, the reason we do this, the reason we do the man numbering system is because it gives the running back a good aiming point. So if we're running rip 24 power, the 2-back knows that his aiming point should be right here. Now, according to our rules and everything, if he sees the tackle when he's coming through and the tackle happens to be out, he knows he needs to cut inside. If the tackle's butt's pointing the outside, that's where he needs to go. That's the aiming points for our running back. So we do that because if they're looking for a hole right off the bat, let's say they're looking for the gap between, let's say the gap between the tight end and the tackle, well, that gap's not there, then they're just going to kind of pitter-patter in the hole, and they're not going to hit the hole hard. But if they already have a predetermined aiming point before the snap, they're going to hit it even harder. Okay. So again, the play call, let's say it's rip 24 power. Rip indicates the type of motion and the direction that motion is going to go. So R, rip, means he's going to the right. 2, and the first number signifies that it's going to the 2-back, and he's the one that's going to go in motion. And then 4 represents the hole or the man that the power or that the back is running to, and then power is our blocking scheme. Okay, and we'll go through that here in just a second. Okay, now, I know this is the picture from our first slide, but our splits, we do a 1-foot split. We're not true foot-to-foot when we are in the double wing. So we are really a little step back off of the center and then 1 foot to the left or the right of the center for that. We feel that this gives better angles for our offensive linemen on their gap down backward courses. It also creates better vision for our running backs as they're hitting the hole. And it also spreads out the defense just a little bit. Okay. So we used to be foot to foot. We've kind of widened things out over the last few years, and we found quite a bit of success with just going to 1-foot splits. We tried 2-foot splits kind of early in the season. That was just a little too much, but so we're sticking with the 1-foot split. Okay. Okay. Now, this is our money play. This is our power right here. Okay. So running back or A-back is coming in motion. Now, the motion that he has right now is we do a full sprint motion. Okay, a lot of double wing teams do the shuffle motion into power. We go full speed, and I'll get into why we do that here in just a little bit. Okay, so he goes in motion. We'll go over the rules here in just a second. Center, his rules are on away. The backside guard, he is going to pull. He's going to wrap around to lead, keeping his eyes inside. The front side or the play side, guard, tackle, and tight end are all on a gap down backer course, and actually so is this wing back. And we'll go into why we do gap down backer with him here in just a little bit as well. Backside tackle scoops to help protect the A gap, and then the backside tight end, when we are in deuce or our double tight formation, he is scooping through to that next inside linebacker. Okay. Now, a lot of times we have a formation with a wide receiver out wide for like when we want to run boot or waggle, maybe some quick slants, things like that. And when he's out wide out here, he's looking to get to that maybe a high safety or another outside linebacker for what we call the touchdown cut. Now, when we run power, we tell everybody to keep their eyes inside. So when the running back comes through, his natural progression is going to break out wide. I don't know if you guys, is there a laser pointer? Okay. So out here, his natural progression is going to be to break this way here on power. But we tell him to keep his eyes inside a little bit because right through here is what we call the touchdown cut. Okay? Everything is flowing so hard to the right all the time when we run power that eventually they overplay it, and then there's a perfect alley that comes right up the center, and he's gone. And that wide receiver, especially if he's out wide, he gets that safety, he's gone. Okay? This is Liz 45 power, so this is to the C-back. So same principles again. Front side is gap down backer. Backside guard pulls to lead. The fullback is the J block or the kick out right here. C-back will come in motion. Quarterback boots away. So that's just another example of our power there. Now, this is out of the gun. Let's say we want to run our quarterback power. Okay. Now, we have Romeo, which is a flat motion or a jet motion from, this would be the A-back in this situation. He comes across here. Fullback can be up in a sniffer position as well, or he can be beside the quarterback. He's still on his kick out. This wingback here will fake like he's running rocket or jet to the outside. Still front side power, has gap down backer across the board. Backside guard pulls to wrap and lead. Scoop on the backside from everybody else. Okay, so this past year we had a quarterback who was fairly dynamic in the run game. Really fast guy. Wasn't really, he was very aggressive, so we wanted to try to incorporate him into the run game a little bit. So we would do quarterback power, quarterback counter. We do some keeps and follows with him as well, and it was all again based off of this. Now, again, here's all the rules for RIP 24 power, just so you can all see that here instead of just me kind of talking about it. So, again, center is always on away in our offense. Our center is 99 times out of 100. He's going on if you got somebody on him, or he's going away. That's the way we've always treated it. Now, we also don't flip our offensive lines. I should have said that just a little bit ago. We don't have a strong side and a quick side. We have a true right side offensive line and a true left side offensive line. The only thing that we'll flip our tight ends and we'll flip our running backs. So we still might have 25 power or 44 power. It's our the running backs will flip more than the offensive line because the offensive line obviously stays the same in that particular way. Am I going too fast? Everybody good? Okay. All right, now, this is for running backs, and I think most of us in here have either played offensive line or coached offensive linemen. We harp on this on our wing backs all the time. If they don't block, they don't get the rock. Okay? We know that running backs and wide receivers can sometimes be prima donnas and don't want to put their noses in to certain things. But in our philosophy here with our wing backs, if they're not blocking for their buddy, they're not going to get a chance to get the ball either. Okay? And this year, and for the first time in a long time, we finally had wing backs that bought into that system. Like they're firing out hard, they're following their courses, and they're actually trying to put people into the ground. Actually, Coach Van Gundy, who's our offensive line coach, gives out pancake stickers. Did our wing backs get a few pancake stickers this year?
I think every position got a pancake sticker at some point.
Okay. Which we've never had that before.
Even the quarterback.
Even our quarterback, yes. So our quarterback, if he's like booting away off of power, there's times where he is running so far downfield that he gets into the safety, and he would pancake the safety for our guy as he's getting ready to score. Okay. So, and it's not just a wingback philosophy, it's our entire team. Our entire team is finally bought into 10 guys have to block because only one guy gets the ball. Okay, I mean, that's the simplest way of football that it can be. And I think they finally bought into that. But if you're not going to block, you're not going to get the rock. Okay, now, our wings. The reason that we have our wings do gap down backer. A couple years ago, we had our wings use what we call arc to crack. So what they would do is they would act like they're going to reach, like if we're running rocket or outside power or whatever, and then they would crack to that first linebacker. But now we're telling them to go gap down backer with the tight end. Now, our rules are, we'll go over here. Our rules are the kick man in power is the first man head up to outside the tight end. Now, there's some times where this end will crash inside. And so the tight end on his rules, gap down backer, if somebody's now in his gap or somebody's trying to cross his face, he now washes him down inside, and this wing back will wash everything in. So what this will end up doing is that it will make our J block or a kick out from our fullback, he'll turn into a log and he'll lead up through. So you'll see sometimes on our power, this end right here is completely gone, completely washed out. Okay? And another thing too is that when we did art to crack, these wing backs would be so late because these linebackers right here were usually so good at reading their keys, they would already be gone by the time they actually got out of the arc course. So we actually tell them to fire out, fire down, gap down backer to cut off the penetration or the blitzing or the read of that outside linebacker or safety. Okay, and it actually has improved our courses on power. We'll get to some film here in a little bit and show you guys. B-backs. There's a lot of information on here, so just bear with me. So when we first started, or when I was first here at Elgin, our B-back was in that sniffer position, like right behind the quarterback. Now, the best thing that we found about the sniffer position is that it allows the best course for his J block or his kick out, because he's literally flat down the line, first thing that crosses his face, that's when he kicks out, right? Well, when you're a B-back and you're back to 3.5, almost 4 yards of depth, that course becomes, you have to go down and then out to find your course for the kick out. So it makes the J block just a little bit tougher on our B-backs. But with the sniffer position, it's harder to get the B-back incorporated into the run game. So that's why we have ours backed up a little bit. The last few years, we've had multiple backs, A's, C's, and even B's that are dynamic runners. And we want to incorporate them into the run game besides using wedge or a quick dive. So we back them up a little bit so we can incorporate them on base. We even do sometimes a fullback rocket or a fullback sweep with that. So it makes it that much easier for them. The depth, again, it allows us to incorporate the B-back into the run game, base, trap, downside. Again, like I said, it's a harder course on those kickouts. So it puts a little more pressure on the kickout for the B-back, but it allows us to incorporate him into the run game that much more. So the kickouts for the B-back, again, it's first man head up to outside the tight end. That's his goal. That's his target. Now, there's times where, unfortunately, let's say somebody misses an assignment or there's a blitz that we can't pick up. It's the first man that shows up on his course. Okay, so yeah, he may be aiming, or his aiming point might be the defensive end. Let's say that outside linebacker blitzes so hard through the C gap that nobody can get to him. That's now the kick. So our running back knows to adjust his course off of where he sees the kick as well. Okay, let's see now the log. Like I said earlier, if there is no kick out, let's say everything's completely washed out, the B-back will turn and lead upfield, keeping his eyes inside, essentially like another pulling guard, right? So we have our guards, he's pulling, keeping his eyes inside. Now the B-back is going to be doing the exact same thing, just from outside the tackle box, basically, sealing everything back in. So when our running back sees that, he has the entire outside to do what he needs to do. Now, this is fullback power. This is B-back power. Now, Romeo 34 power. So on this, the reason we do this, we like to run jet motion, jet sweep a lot. It's a very effective play for us. So when they're seeing jet sweep or jet motion all the time, what happens is that this defensive end, this outside linebacker, and this overhang corner, they see jet motion in their face. What's their first instinct? They're going to start spiking it, right? They're going to start running to it hard. So what we do is we run this jet motion. This defensive end is going to come either way outside or so far upfield that's going to become an easy kick out for our A-back coming across. So our fullback then, he'll take a lateral step to his right, or a gathering step, whatever you want to call it, and then he is going to run the same course that he would like on base. We run base with our B-backs quite a bit. So it's his same, nothing changes for him, just now the A-back is the kick out for him on power as opposed to the B-back. Everything else stays the exact same. Okay? So this is just an example of how we incorporate the B-backs into our power game as well. Okay. Sprint motion versus shuffle motion. So one thing that we noticed when we were looking at our motions a couple of years ago is that when we're doing our shuffle motion, it looks very different from how we run power versus how we run rocket. And defenses would know what we're running by the different motions that we would use. So came up with the idea, well, what if we use the exact same motion other than jet for every single play? So there's no difference between our motion for power versus our motion for rocket. Because if they're seeing the exact same motion, they don't know exactly what it's going to be. Now, some pros of all that, the sprint motion, that we're getting the A-backs and the C-backs especially, they're hitting the hole harder and faster, okay? And also, the biggest thing that we found is that our ball security actually improved. We were not getting fumbles on quarterback, running back exchanges with the sprint motion. And part of that, too, is we'll get to that here in just a minute, sorry. Now, a negative side about the sprint motion, we've been wanting to do like retrace motion. So let's say we want to do, let's go rip, retrace, 45 power. So the A-back would have to come to a complete stop and then retrace. But coming from full sprint to that makes it a little bit harder. And the negative on the sprint motion is that our counter or counter X, it makes that double handoff just a little bit harder because you're at full speed. You're going to full speed again on the handoff, so it makes it a little tougher. Shuffle motion, again, it allows the back better vision hitting the hole because you're allowing to get the blockers out in front just a little bit, get that pulling guard to wrap around, get into the hole. The negative, though, is that power and counter X look different and everything else that way. And again, when we were in shuffle motion, for some reason, our ball security wasn't as consistent. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we found that we do the sprint motion a lot more, and our ball security has dramatically increased. When we went from the shuffle motion, or when we were in the shuffle motion, we had on average offensively, I'd say 4 to 5 fumbles a game. And then when we went to sprint motion, we're looking at maybe 1 every 2 or 3 games, whatever that percentage is on that. So it was a dramatic difference. Now, in our double wing, when we run power, we hand the ball off. We do not toss in power. This is all a handoff. Okay. Then again, the biggest thing is that we had better ball security. Even when we were doing the shuffle motion for a while, we started handing the ball off. But when we started doing the sprint motion with the handoff, our ball security got even better. Another pro is that the deception and ball fake looks the same for power, counter X, and boot. Everything looks the exact same from our quarterback. It also helped, too, that our quarterback really understood that he may not throw a physical block on somebody, but his blocking was through his fake. If he had a really good fake off the handoff, it would freeze the entire half, or it could freeze the entire half of the defense. They see his fake, they see his boot out, they're like, oh crap, is it actually boot or is it power? And it's that split second. You guys know, football it's a game of inches and it's a game of split second decisions. If you're not reading and reacting properly because you see a quarterback fake, that's all the difference between a 1 yard gain and maybe a 5 yard gain or a touchdown. Okay. Now, a negative off of using the handoff when we run power is that it takes the quarterback out of the blocking scheme. Okay. A lot of times when people run power, the quarterback tosses it back, he spins around, he folds in with the guard or the tackle kind of pulling up through the middle. Well, we kind of took that out just again because we were more concerned about our ball security than our quarterback kind of getting up into the mix of things. The toss, again, some pros of the toss for that. It did get the quarterback involved in the blocking scheme. Looks the same again from power and counter X. But the biggest thing here were the negatives. Our ball security was a lot worse when we tossed it. and our defense or the defenses weren't deceived by what we were doing near as easily. So that's why we have now gone to the sprint motions and the handoffs on power instead of the tosses. Okay, now countering power is our counter X. It's our double handoff. So center, again, is on the way. So he's going back here. We have on, this is now technically the play side, so they're still gap down backer. The backside guard is going to pull to kick. Backside tackle is going to pull to lead, keeping his eyes inside. Backside tight end. Some teams, some groups have their tight end shoe shine or cut into this hole right here. We just tell our backside tight end to scoop into that B gap. The main running back or the primary back, he's going to come in motion, get the handoff. The play called back, so this would be our C back in this situation. He would step away like he's getting ready to reach or run rocket, and he would come back across and underneath, and then this would be a double handoff from the A back to the C back. Okay? Now, once he gets the handoff, he's got to plant real hard and get upfield into the hole. This is a counter X is designed for this play to hit between the tight end and the guard. It's going to hit right here. That's where it's supposed to hit. Okay? A lot of times the wing backs, they're coming so fast back across that they take it way too far outside, too late, and then the hole's already closed. Or if it's already closed, then they got to go all the way out and around, and a lot of teams have good, disciplined backside defensive ends that hold their water right here, or that corner stays home, and so we have nowhere to go. So we preach to our C-backs when we run counter, and especially counter X, they have to put their foot in the ground and get vertical. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Okay? So now, hopefully I don't screw this up, I'm going to show you guys some clips of what our power kind of looks like. Okay, where we go. I'm not seeing it. Hang on. Okay. All right. Double wing wedge, counter X. Hang on. Okay, that is not it. Hang on just a second. For some reason, it's not. I must not have shared that with you, Coach Winslow. I'm sorry. Hang on real quick, guys. I apologize. What's that? All right, let's do it that way. I could have swore I had that shared with you. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is our base formation. We call this red right here. So this is red formation. This would be RIP 24 power. So the A back right here, closest to us, we go into sprint motion, and then we're heading to the 4 hole on that side. Okay. So we should have a tight copy of this here in just a second. So you guys be able to see a little bit better. Okay. There he goes. Oh, never mind. Okay, so now here we're in flat backs. So, all right, here. Come on now. All right, so here in flat backs, and we call this A. What is going on? Okay, so this is A. So it doesn't really change anything except that our fullback or A back's not coming in motion as he's coming across. We have a good kick out from our fullback, runs up through the hole. Okay, flat backs again. Now, when we do this, this is a formation we call king. So we're double tight ends. We're in deuce. So double tights. Our C back is to the strong side. Now our A back is actually over here on the other side of the B back. Now the reason we do this is in our run game, like I said, we incorporate the B back through running base. Now when we do this though, we run power to the back side. So it doesn't really change anything. Fullback now is going to run his course. He's going to kick out this defensive end right here. The right guard is going to pull across, lead up through, keeping his eyes inside. A back is just going to be flat and then get vertical into the hole. So nothing really has changed here except the starting position of the A back. Okay? So this makes us very multi-dimensional with our formations and the play calling that we can do out of this. Gets up through the hole. Good run, good game. Okay. This is the same play a little bit later on in the same game. Decent kick. Now, I would have liked that A back to be a little tighter on his course because he would have had a better alley. Watch right through here. See the hole? Sorry, I'm trying to.
The backside cuts all day long.
Yep. There we go. Okay. Good kick. If you would have followed the guard instead of coming up on the tight end, would have been a much better play. But still, it's good. I mean, 5 yards is good. Okay? That was something we found out as a coaching staff is that when we were going through film, we were complaining about 5-yard gains, 7-yard gains, because we were that close so many times of having touchdowns or 50-yard run or whatever. But we're starting to nitpick on our guys like, hey, that could have been so much better, but we just got 3 yards out of that, 4 yards out of it. Okay, hang on. Okay, this is some other power here just as well. Now, this is an example. This is an example here of where this edge is not clean, and our running back has to take everything outside. Okay? So gap down backer, wing back follows his course. Now, the fullback on his kick out, he doesn't truly see a good kick. So what he's going to do, he's going to take this overhang player right here. He's going to wash him inside. Our running back understands there's nothing here in the aiming point. He's going to follow his lead blocker and go to the outside. Okay? And then our running back, run-on-one with a corner or a safety, we'll take that all day long. Okay? And again, we teach our running backs, you have 10 other guys blocking for you, but there's 11 guys on defense. The running back's responsible for making one guy miss or running through one guy. Okay, that's our principle that we teach them as well. That's a good hard run. Okay, this is a tighter copy of the same play. Now, our tight end, run back just a little bit, sorry. Okay, our tight end, we have a rule that says never let a man come inside of you when you're on the offensive line. Now, This tight end allows a little bit of penetration to the inside. It kind of gums everything up. That's why we don't have a true good kick and everything just gets washed down. Okay? That's why everything gets gummed up, but our running backs are taught. They did what they were taught, basically, in that situation there. Okay. Another rip 24 power here. See this?
Gummy, if they're running a 5-man front, it gets kind of odd with that kick man, especially if they're lined up head up on the tight end.
Correct.
Head up the inside. As rules say, he's inside, he's on him. But when the fullback gets all messed up because that's supposed to be the kick guy, then he has to think a little bit.
Yep.
You know, and that can be trouble.
I'm sure those of you that have either run the double wing or seen a double wing, every time we run the double wing when we practice, we're anticipating a 5 to maybe a 6 or maybe even a 7-man front. They know we're going to run the football regardless of what formation they give us. Okay? So sometimes it's a little confusing for offensive linemen when they have so many guys there. Everything gets gummied up. But they follow their rules. Everything's going to end up being fine. They hit the hole hard. They fire out. They'll be fine. Okay? Now, this is what we talk about, that touchdown cut on this particular play here. Right here. When they keep their eyes inside, everything's overflowing this way. Now, our wide receiver, which for some reason decides to take this play off, which I think they do half the time anyway, if he's going to block this guy right here, or if he's heading to this safety, right here is the alley. Okay? That's what we call the touchdown cut. So if he wouldn't even touch the guy, Q, our running back, would still be running the ball. Okay, another 24 power here again. Now, the kick out by our fullback is, he's not getting a clear picture. He's not getting a clear window. All right? So he's kind of turned this into a log. But again, look, everything's washed down. Our wing back is fired out. Our guard is fired. Like, everybody is firing down the line. And now our running back again, who is basically an all-Ohio running back, is one-on-one with a 125-pound corner. We'll take that all day long. Okay? And that's one thing that we get when we run power all the time. This game, our running back Q, I think he had 200-plus yards on, I think, 15 carries, and all of it was, I think all but like 2 plays was power. Okay? Okay. Reduce Liz, 25 power, going back the opposite way. Finds the seam in the hole. Touchdown. Okay. Now I'm going to show you guys countering power here really, really quick, just so you guys can see it. Now this is from last year. We did counter X way better last year than we did this year. So shuffle motion, double handoff, up through. Okay. Now, this is why we teach the running backs to get their foot in the ground and get vertical, okay? So, our guard is going to kick out this guy, number 66, right here. Everybody else is going to gap down back, of course. The tackle is following him. He's going to keep his eyes inside, and he's probably going to hit this inside linebacker right here. Okay? Double handoff, real quick. Puts his foot in the ground, gets vertical. Now, this guy is wrong. He's wrong because he stops in the middle of the hole. Keep going. Go 100 miles an hour. Find somebody, okay? And as we keep going, Brecken, who's a pretty fast guy, gets to the touchdown. Now, again, we also have our wide receiver out here. He's looking for that corner, that safety. He's going to wash him down. Brecken makes a good cut. Touchdown. Okay, counter X again. Now, watch the flow of the defense. They're focusing on our motion so much. Now, these guys here, they understand that, I mean, there might be a stunt called or whatever, but they're still here on the edge. But we have 2 guys to take care of them. Everybody else is focusing on that first initial handoff. They don't see the double pull coming back with the inside or the second handoff. We come through, kick, better lead, and most of us could run through that hole. Okay? This is why we run power, come back with that counter X. Coach Winslow likes to refer to as the touchdown play. Coach Van Gundy refers to as the fumble play. Because we do see...
It's a drive kill. No, I'm just kidding. Like Coach Nolan said, 2 years ago they never failed. This year, for some reason, our IQ at running back was double. But they couldn't double handoff to save their life. I mean, the offensive line would come off the field and be like, we were just killing him. Why did we run that play? I'm like, well, listen, guys, we got to get it right. We just won. So, but it's a killer play.
Yeah. Last one here, and then I'll wrap everything up. So again, double handoff coming back the other way. Now, this is why we teach to go inside. Okay? Double handoff, get up in right there. Now, when these linebackers and safeties, they're finally starting to kind of figure out, okay, what's going on. But again, we get 17 yards out of it. Okay. So that's all I had. Does anybody have any questions about power, counter X, our philosophy, anything?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So let's say you're running 24.
Okay.
Right? We have problems with it. So say the backside end crashes really hard. I mean, really hard. And we would have our quarterback shift. I mean, not blasting, but instead of going back, booting, we would have him just kind of shifting because that was an issue.
Okay.
The backside end would just kill it if we didn't take him into account.
Okay.
So what do you do with that?
So what we do with that is, so the way we teach the backside tackle to scoop. So he's scooping to that A gap. So he fires down and he scoops and he hinges back. So he's protecting that A gap. But then if he sees any other penetration, we teach him to kind of ride that upfield. But we also sometimes too, if we see that end crashing so hard, we'll do like 24 power keep, which is where quarterback will fake power, and if you'll naked keep out and around that, they'll go around that defensive end. So that's a counter that we have off of a really hard crashing defensive end, or we go right back to like counter X. So if he sees power going that way, he's going to crash that hard. He's not going to expect that backside guard coming. It's going to be a kill shot. Okay, but I mean the quarterback shifting on that would be a good solution as well. It just depends on how deep it is off of that. It might be easier for the quarterback to chip if it was a toss. So if he's here on the toss and then you go right ahead to chip right here to help. But when we hand off, so if you go ready hit, he's here on the handoff and then trying to get him tight around again to be a little tougher. So I guess my solution would be to have that backside tackle hinge and ride upfield just a little bit, or keep the quarterback around to keep that defense and then just a little bit more honest.
You know, that backside tackle, he's guarding against, when he comes down, he's taking off the penetration point of that backside backer coming through. That can kill you too. Mm-hmm. If that's not left in check, because the center's coming a long way, he's usually banned out. And then, but that left tackle doesn't have to be a devastator, usually, especially on power going right. He just has to know where his body position needs to be. I mean, he's just a body position guy. And if you get the right guy in that spot, he can seal all that backside trash off, and it's really not a problem.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, so Bandstra's going to do some technology work here, but then our next speaker is really the reason this thing is even here, kind of like I stated earlier. Coach Spittler is coming up next. He's going to talk about the monster sweep. Any of you guys that have run, and I'll talk about this with Rocky here in a few minutes, any of you guys that have run any type of condensed front offense, whether it's wing T or whatever, you've got to have an answer to the outside. And this is one of those answers. Okay, push bit and the monster sweep. Everything's on huddle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use this just like you would a computer.
Beginning.
That's the first clip.
No.
Clip 1, play 1.
That's not.
Do you want to just go into your huddle?
Yeah, that'd probably be best.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll do all this.
Little Debbie's on that counter. I don't have to keep them all.
Oh. Former head coach, I have all the levels. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't play Colonel Crawford last year. Middle school did though. Killing me without having a mouse here.
Sorry. You should just 2 fingers swipe up.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why it looked different on yours.
Okay, so now this, you treat this down here just like you would your arrow keys. So down, we'll start it. Left and right, we'll cycle your pages just like normal. And if you here,
So down.
stop and start, left and right, and then if you changes the pages, and then when you get to your film, just push that. When you get to your film, just same thing. Like if you want to slow mo it, if you hold down, it'll go slow mo. If you want to fast forward,
You just know I'm gonna fuck this up.
listen, we'll be fine. We'll get there. All right.
Like Zach said, my name's Scott Spittler. Currently former head coach at Lucas High School. I retired after 31 years of coaching. My time at Lucas, 2009 to 2023. Retired at the end of this season. Still a football junkie. Zach and I talked at the Coach Association fall meeting, and he wanted to bring the clinic back, and I'm honored that he asked me to speak. And my replacement, Sweat, the new head coach at Lucas High School, he was my defensive coordinator for 12 years. He's now the new head coach at Lucas, and not great for him, but we've always had an open door policy to work with anybody that's to reach out to us and stuff. Obviously, everyone here is interested or involved with the double wing. It's not for everybody, but it's been pretty successful for us and what our brand of football has been. Coach Nauman talked about power. We're a big power team too. Everything comes off of power for us in our offense. And the monster sweep came to fruition on continuing to conflict that defensive end or that force player off of the power series. So we look at monster sweep as an extension of the power series in our offense, or really it's just what we call power on steroids, and really we gap wider. But it's been a very good play for us. It's been a complementary play to power. It's a great 2-point play. So hopefully you can get something from this. And again, I'm telling you, we didn't reinvent the wheel. I don't have all the answers. I'm not perfect. So, some of the things that we do might not be for you, but hopefully you get something from this today that can help you improve your scheme or your attack in the double wing. There's my contact information, email, cell phone number. Like I said, I'm still a football junkie, even though I'm retired. I just get to sit in stands now and question him. But I'm always willing to talk football and and pick brains and exchange and still learn. I still love it. I just have to deal with all the bullshit now. So I'm going to get into double wing here. So prior to coming to Lucas, in the 45 years prior to my time at Lucas, they had 8 total winning seasons in those 45 years prior to hunting the double wing and bringing the double wing to Lucas. And we ran the double wing 13 out of the 15 seasons that I was at Lucas. In that time in the double wing, we're 97-55. We got a 17-10 playoff record in the double wing. We have a streak of 10 straight playoff appearances while running the double wing. Several quarterfinals, semifinals, runner-ups. 2019, we had a pretty good run. We were regional champs, state semifinal, and we lost to the Evil Empire in the state championship game, Marion Local. And they're like the Death Star. They just keep coming out and all white, and they're all 6'2", 220, and there's like 80 some of them. But the double wing allowed us to be competitive and really change the culture in our program. And now we're at a program where the expectation is success and winning, where it wasn't that prior to me coming to Lucas and going to the double wing. We're not blessed, kind of like Zach talked about, the athletes that you get in small schools and stuff. We're not blessed with getting a bunch of superior athletes at our school. Having a great quarterback is something that doesn't come around very, very often at our school. But what this attack allowed us to do is take the blue collar mentality that we have within our farming community and toughness and use to our advantage. And we kind of had the mentality that 2 of ours can always beat 1 of yours. And the attack allows us to double team a lot at the point of attack. And again, win battles that normally we wouldn't have. We're independent. We don't have a conference. So we find ourselves playing everybody and anybody across the state. We have, in my time at Lucas, we've played every division in the state except D1. And we're D7. We have a winning record against every division in the state, but we haven't had a Division I game. We had a Division I team scheduled out of Cincinnati one year, but they got in a hazing incident and had to cancel their season. So we ended up grabbing a D2 that was open. But the reason we can play all over the state and against that level of competition that we normally wouldn't be playing against is the advantages that the double wing has given us in the matchup that we can create, the angles that we create with our athletes. Why the monster sweep? For us, it's a complementary to power. We call it our edge power play or our power play on steroids. Allows us to outnumber at the point of attack. It's an answer to a team that really wants to stack the box and pile everybody in the box. And then as well as those teams that think the answer to stopping you is bear crawling all their defensive linemen and trying to cut your offensive linemen. The wider play, the wider power play that we call monster sweep has been an advantage. We changed the picture. We can use it. We can attack with the monster sweep with multiple ball carriers, not just our wing backs. We cause conflict with that edge defender. We power, kick out that edge defender. He goes and gets his ass ripped by his coach to wrong arm and fight and all that. And the next thing you know, we wash him down and run monster. But visually, it looks the same. And then he gets his ass ripped for not defending that properly. Again, it looks like power. It allows us to outflank the defense. Works with several balanced and unbalanced formation and in the red zone and 2-point conversion. It's a great 2-point play because of it's a massive number of bodies in a single point of attack. So our base monster sweep on the offensive line, we number the same way Coach Nauman and Elgin does. Our centers, butt cheeks, 0 and 1. To the right side, it's the ass crack of the lineman, 2, 4, 6, and then 8 is outside our wing. And then the other way, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9's outside the wing. So we're such an off tackle with the power play that we want to constantly conflict that force defender or that edge defender. So that's how we end up coming up with the monster sweep. And again, power, and then slam them down in and outnumber them at the point of attack off the edge. So we are foot to foot. We very rarely change that. We do have 1 foot splits in our arsenal, but it's a call or specific plays where we'll give you a mix where one side will be foot to foot, one side will be 1 foot. So we vary that based on what we want to do, not what the defense is trying to do. But our motion, we're in a slow crossover motion, and it's the same for power as it is for monster sweep. The only time we change that type of motion is if we're running any type of jet series. We're not a rocket team. Number one, just because I can't teach the son of a bitch, no matter how many times I pick his brain. We just weren't really good at teaching it. So we come up with monster sweep for our edge play. It allows us to use all the backs. We run a lot of gun double wing, and we can get our quarterback in the monster sweep. And this last season, because we have a dude at fullback. He'll be a senior this year for us. And we wanted to get the ball in his hands a little bit more. So we would get in gun, put him in a sidecar position, and run monster sweep with him as well, off of our jet look. So it allows you to attack another point of attack and with blunt force, with the number of bodies. It looks like power. So this is the rules. I'm not going to go through the rules, but we teach our wing. Our wing has probably the toughest block in the monster sweep, but his rule is he's going to block or we want to get outside flank or reach on the force defender or slightly to his outside. But we give him the opportunity to call when that player that he's supposed to block, he can make a call that, okay, he's too wide for me to get to his outside and force him in. So rather than have that defender string me out and cause problems with the play, he just makes a call, and that guy now becomes the guy we're going to kick out. And it just, so that monster sweep's a little tighter than it normally would be. But that's the wing. So he's reached on outside, tight end is on inside, tackle on inside. Our guards pull FBI, which is for us first backer inside, with them thinking inside. Again, what's this the answer for? There's tight boxes. Everybody's in the box, trying to outnumber us. And so we want to keep in there because we're heading to the edge. And so we want them looking outside or inside first at all costs. And when we don't, and we start getting our eyes upfield or outside, that's when we have someone slip the back door on us and get our heels or something in the play. Center, his rule is cut on, play side. Okay. Tackle is a scoop climb. Tight end is a scoop climb to safety. We call that the touchdown block as well. We used to call it the pizza block, but then it got kind of expensive on me. I used to give them, if they got to the safety and that cut-off block got us a touchdown, we would give them a pizza. It got to be a little expensive for us. So we call it the touchdown block now, but it's still a pride thing. We give a special helmet sticker for those type of blocks. But again, it's the same thing about like rocket and jet and stuff, is getting your bodies to the edge versus a limited number of defenders and keeping all the bad guys inside. So here we're in we call this Cub, which is just double tight, double wing. And this is Ray. So we're going to get motion to the right out of our 3-back. It's going to be 38 monster sweep. Okay. I told you I'm going to screw this up. Down and what?
Just that.
So here comes the wing down to seal inside. We've got our 2 guards pulling to get inside here. Here comes our fullback on his, it looks like the power kick out course. The edge defender or the force defender is already stepping out to make it easier for us. Quarterback's up in there leading. You know, to start off, obviously, that's a great win for us. But the reason I started with this one is This is the first play of the second half of this game. This game's 7-6 us at halftime. This team put it on us the year before pretty good. We had the way our independent schedule worked out. We ended up scheduling them again and had to go to their place again. And so this was a big game for us. It was a tight game, 7-6 at halftime. We went in, we started having a problem with, we weren't getting that inside backer cut off good enough. And he was causing us some issues with a run through. And so what we did was we made an adjustment at halftime where instead of our center cutting that play side defensive tackle, we just went ahead and had our tackle go down, our tight end go down, and our wing go down. And we had our center climb up and cut that inside backer off. So we come right out of the halftime after making that adjustment, and we go to the house with it. Here it is again, out double wing. Again, if you. So you saying in the first half you were climbing to the bottom? With the center? No, the center was cutting play side A, cutting that tackle. He was doing. He was going to the backer, and we weren't getting it. The backer was slipping us too easy, so we had a call where we switched it and had the center climb, and that made a difference. Right, Zach. But you can see, I mean, this is what we face a lot, and we run probably, I don't know, Jeff, 75, 80% out of this formation. I'm not big on splitting off the backside or anything like that. I like having that tight air to cut things off and keep that tackle in the power play. That's just my personal preference. We use our quarterback to block, and we're a toss team. We don't hand off. But what we get is, again, coaches are taking and ripping these guys' ass sideline about getting kicked out on power. So now they become overly aggressive to attack that kick out, whether it be wrong arm or slant across your face or whatever. And then we use that against them coming back with the monster sweep.
He almost had a two-way.
Pardon me?
He almost had a two-way.
Yeah.
Coach, you emphasize the ball. If those guys are staying inside, I mean, I know you're telling your forwards, but with the fullback, is he always trying to get?
Fullback it's kind of one of those performance things. We were just having this conversation because on Coach Nauman talking about whether he was going to kick out or he felt he needed to log. We a lot of times don't give our fullback an option. We are diehard. You got to get the kick out, and if that guy's crashing down or really slamming it down in across the face of the tight end and what have you, then that means we need a better angle on our J block. Okay, and so especially early on, we don't want to give our fullback an out. We feel like if we put the log in as an option early, they're going to take the easy way out. I'll just log it rather than getting good at the route and the kick out. So we've kind of forced our fullback's hands. Now we've got, like I said, we've got a really good fullback right now. And so we allow him sometimes, if he gets out there on the kick out and that guy's really playing hard inside, to go ahead and just log him inside, or especially on the monster sweep because it's supposed to be an edge play. But when it comes to power, log's not an option for us. And to be honest, this was our 2019 when we had our good run. This running back, he was a 2,000-yard back, but he really wasn't a cutback guy. And you talked about seeing that he had a two-way there. He didn't see that, but he was really good at reading his blocks and staying behind his blocks. And he was a big, powerful guy. I mean, he was about 190, 200 pounds, and just extremely strong kid. And he did a nice job of following his blockers. we've been pretty blessed too with having quarterbacks that aren't scared to stick their nose in there. That's why we don't boot and get them up in there. And the 2019 run, our quarterback was, what was he, 6'3", 225, and he went to Ashland University as a safety. I mean, he was a player. And the other direction is 49. Same rules, just flip sides. We don't flip our line. We have right side, left side. We don't flip our backs. Left wing's always going to be a left wing. Right wing's always going to be a right wing. The reason we call our fullback H-back is because we move him around with tags a lot. So he's really, truly not in a fullback position all the time. So we just start calling him an H-back, but it's the fullback. And again, like Coach said earlier, that's 7-8 yard gain. We're in film nitpicking this because if we do some things better, this is 88 and out the gate type play because of it being a complement to how you establish power and things. Oh, what did happen there? This one here was against Harvest Prep. It was the state semifinals in 2019. 0-0 at halftime. This is our first offensive series to start the second half. I don't know if you know anything about Harvest Prep, but being a private school, they got some dudes now, and they move well. And they really did a job of early in the first half taking away our power. And so we felt like we could really establish monster sweep in the second. I mean, look what, I said one of the advantages. Look, everybody's in the box. And we got one edge defender. And then they've got a safety sitting back here by himself, kind of like the last line of resort here. But we felt like if we could get the mess blocked in here and get our monster sweep established in the second half, we could have a chance of still in this game in a 0-0 ball game at half.
Do you have success running into the short side of the field?
This season, for some reason, we had a lot of success running the short side. I like running the short side, and I've got clips in here early. I added in the presentation about using Unbalanced because I think Unbalanced with the monster sweep can give you a lot of advantages in the double wing. So I'm going to show you some Unbalanced clips. But we felt like a lot of times we could set the formation away from the sideline and run back into the boundary, or we would set the formation to the boundary and run to the wide side, to the nub side of the nubs formation. And it's the same blocking rules. Now we've created a shorter surface with a wider field. So we started pounding the short side of the field or the boundary to set that up later. That was this year in Rowville. And that back's 140 pound wing back. But like Coach Nauman said, we have the same rule. If you want the rock, you block. And that includes our quarterback. I mean, we start every Tuesday practice, which is our big run day. Everybody's on the boards. It's team board drills. Our puts his hand in the ground and board drill just like an offensive lineman because it's the mindset that your ass is going to block. We also utilize the quarterback with monster sweep, so we'll go double wing gun here. We still like him up in the sniffer, but what we call it, we've got him all set, Charlie or Delta, one way or the other, and he's basically slightly into B gap, but he's still in the sniffer position. And then we get an extra blocker with the flat jet motion, and so we gain another blocker at the point of attack by running the quarterback. Again, we've not had the big passing quarterback threat. We've had pretty good athletes, basically running backs playing quarterback for us. And so the need to get in the gun quite a bit and use that weapon as well. Like I said, it's a great 2-point play. So this is that state semifinal game. We just scored with 51 seconds to go in the game to take the lead, and we were up 1. We figured we go for 2. We puts us up a field goal with the athletes they had. So we actually shifted. So we were in our base double wing gun. So we shift where our left wing went to quarterback, our quarterback out here, and now give us that extra flank with the balance. So you have tackle to tackle, and then you have 2 flex tight ends here basically. Here, this is another formation variation. Again, we've got our left wings now in the quarterback position. Our quarterback goes in the sidecar. There's our sniffer fullback in what we call delta. Still have our right wing over here. And we're direct snapping to our best ball carrier in a short yardage situation. And we're running monster sweep. Closer up version. Okay, here is okay. So here I talked about going unbalanced and then running to the nub side. So we've got what we call over right. We take our right tight end and he comes over. So now we have guard, tackle, and then a flex tight end. On the backside, we have guard, tight end, and a wing. And so we're going to bring him across in flat motion. But we set the formation unbalanced to the field, which gives us, we're outnumbering them to the boundary. And so we'll run quarterback monster sweep to the nub side of unbalanced, again, giving us a plus in the run game. And again, the year before, this kid at quarterback now, he was a wingback for us. In his senior year, he plays quarterback for us. Then the other direction we call 19. It's the same thing. Talk about addition to monster sweep is going using unbalanced formations. Advantages is we create a stronger blocking surface to one side of the formation. We create confusion for the defense and alignment, especially when you run double tight, double wings often, and then all of a sudden you change one guy or you change a couple guys as far as unbalanced. Now that defense has to align to something different, and they have to do it quick. And we utilize some shifting. So we'll line up in it, or we'll line up in our base formation and shift to the unbalance, or we'll go like the old sugar huddle and speed up to the ball and snap it immediately so they can't see that, hey, they got an extra guy to this side, those type of things. Creates a personnel edge, causes the defense to deviate from their base alignment, allows the double wing offense to create more of confusion or conflict with a kick-out defender. And once it's on film, it causes the opponents to spend valuable time preparing for it. If they only got to prepare for one formation or one variation, it's a lot easier on them. So this is over right for us. So over right, The left tackle comes to the right end flexes out, and we play with that alignment. We can split him all the way out wide if we want to take the corner way out of the play, or we could bring him in tight, and we have various one-word calls that helps him. Like if we want, say we're having problems with the force defender here getting blocked from monster sweep with the wing, we've got a call where they'll double or they'll switch. Well, he'll down block and he'll arc around to get FBI, or we'll crack the inside linebacker. So we do various calls to gain that advantage to set that edge. Here it is. This is over right. So we brought the left tackle over to the right. We flex the tight end. We've got him in a close position. Normally, if we didn't call any special tag, he'd be out in a normal split in alignment. But we've got him in close position. Again, we want to keep defenders in the box because we're going to the edge. Here it is again. This is another example. Now we're going to the nub side. So I've set your defense unbalanced to the wide side. They've adjusted their defensive line. They're playing 5 down. So they slid their defensive line. Okay. The corner that usually sits over here is now rotated back in the safety position. And so now this boundary side flank is crying for us to go over here. It's just a numbers game. Because we set the balance to the field, they shifted or adjusted the field. We now outnumbered them big time to the boundary side. Over left, the opposite. And something we do, because you probably see this, some guys, we let our wings, when we're in over, we let our wing decide whether he'd want to be up in this situation or stay in his wing, 3-point stance, angled 3-point stance. And it's all performance alignment. We tell him, you have the freedom to either stand up or be down in your wing position, depending on what you feel is the best for you to get your block. Because the most important thing is for him to execute his block at high efficiency. Which you see he wasn't very good at. But even when we don't do a very good job, we outnumber them and outflank them because of the formation. We're gaining good yardage. Eagle, there's 2 E's in eagle. That means 2 ends to the right. So we take both tight ends over, and now they're in like a flex position. Tight. We take our wing, we split him out. And so now we change the motion to our jet motion. We like to run jet sweep out of this formation as well. We run power out of this formation, and we started running monster sweep out of this as well. Eagle left. So here we're going eagle left, and we're going to run our quarterback monster sweep to this unbalanced side. Now we go to the field. That was a 3rd and 17 play.
Does it also give the threat of a pass?
Yeah, we have pass plays out of this formation. Okay. Quarterback coach laughs. It's a threat. I'm big on I want to pass, not when you tell me I have to pass. So if it can run power all game, I won't come out of it. And it's been good to us. This is the end zone view of that same thing. And so we have calls where we'll play with these guys' alignment. If we don't have any call, we go 3 yards, 3 yards. We also run jet out of this. So that really, these guys, we had heard them earlier running jet out of this formation. So they were so worried about jet that they were trying to play outside leverage to make it harder on these guys blocking for the jet sweep. So we come back and we jam across, but he becomes a lead blocker, and we run quarterback monster sweep. But again, look at the box. Look how everybody's inside. They got two guys outside, and we already outnumber them out here because of establishing power. Hoggy, this is primarily a passing formation for us, but we didn't want teams to think, well, hey, they're in this twins formation, it's going to be a pass all the time. So we really started running quarterback monster sweep out of the twins, what we call hoggy. We call it hoggy because it's a two tackle to the twin side. So it's unbalanced and it's a twins formation. Okay, and then we also go trips where we'll bring this left wing over and put him in a wing here. So we have unbalanced trips that we like to run the quarterback out of as well. There's left. This is our trips. So see, we've taken the left wing and we just moved him over and created unbalanced trips. So very tight game against Monroeville this year. They had a pretty good football team and at third place, and they were doing a pretty good job in the second half of taking away our power. And so we got in our spread unbalanced look here with the hoggy trips. Again, but look at this. Everybody is in the box except for these two. And now we'll have a +1 with the quarterback. Finishing up, I just want to give you how we've become good at running monster sweep and how it's become such a great complement to our power play. Is we spend an inordinate amount of time on run day in a half line situation with the monster sweep. And how we do it is we're going right and left at the same time. And the reason we can do that is backfields. So in the drill, you're working your backups just as much as you are your starters. And we run 2 sets of guards. So you're also building depth in your offensive line. And so this is basically how we set it up. So we got right side of the offensive line with the left guard, your backfield. Over here going to the left, you've got the left side of your offensive line with your backup guard, second backfield. We run 38 over here, 49 over here, flip it. Flip the backfield and guards. The tackles and tight ends stay on the same side because they're always left or they're always right because we don't flop our offensive line. That way, guards are getting both work, being the backside guard and the play side guard. Both backs are getting experience blocking and being the ball carrier. And then we do a split staff. So half my staff is just defensive coaches, half my staff is just offensive coaches, and we split our kids. We platoon our kids as far as practice. So we have a young group, old group. While old group's in offense, young group's in defense. Don't flip. And then halfway through, we flip. So while our offense is getting half line monster sweep, our young group defense is getting our defensive work, or if we're in season, they're running the different looks we'll see from the opponent. And it's rapid fire. So we're running 2 backfield sets, 2 sets of guards. We're working multiple defensive fronts, and we can work all our formation adjustments. We can go 2 plays base. Next time come out and over. Next time come out and eagle. And we're repping it. We know that, hey, sometimes they'll slide the backer inside and walk corner up. We rep that. And we rep it, and we rep it, and we rep it in a half-line scenario. And that's allowed our kids to become really good at adjusting on the fly to what the defense does to us when we get in these different formations and stuff. So that's all I have on monster sweep. Anybody got any questions?
What's been the Achilles heel Like when people stop between how they're doing, what's the biggest?
Two things, the two things I would say that cause us big issues, and we said adapted with adjustments, is that run through, because you're getting, where the hell is the pointer here? All right, so when this guard leaves, we find teams wanting to try to come in here, depending on where the defensive, we very rarely see a 50. Teams want to try to get, because we are so successful running power, we get a lot of 4-man down stuff, or we'll get 5 down, where this guy ends up being a down guy, and then they'll bring the corner up and play, and they'll play halves in the secondary, things like that. But we would get a run through, and that guard pulls, slipping it in between the centers, cut block, and the tackle he's supposed to get down to it and get tripped up from the backside. They sweep the heels, or our fullback just gets out here in the open field and whiffs, and we got a defender in our way. But one thing that has been an advantage for us is when we start getting into those unbalanced formations, because we can dictate, and especially going to the nub side and going to the boundary. So the nice thing is, kind of like the old wing T philosophy is, you're trying to outflank them, and you get to control the chess pieces, so to speak. And going half line in practice allows you to do that at a high rep. I mean, we're constant repping it, and we're going both directions. So like I would be over here with, say, my running back coach doing this one, my tight ends coach who's with me all the time, his offensive line coach, and he's my JV offensive coordinator, and my quarterback coach would be over here. So we got eyes on both sides, and we're repping simultaneously. Yeah, there's nobody standing around.
Question I was going to ask is, when you said you're running and you're doing pitch, you don't get reversing out this pitch, right?
Excuse me?
You're doing a reverse pitch,
Yeah, it's just like the toss for power.
so is he able to just come back and fill in that hole?
Then he comes around. He actually becomes a lead blocker. Okay.
Does he also peel off and do that?
We've never done that. Like I said, what we did is we said our centers usually cut and play side A, and then our tackle he's going on inside. Okay. Well, his on inside would be the tight end's coming down to here. His on side would be the backer. So we just switch this, and we'll have him, especially against a forefront. It's not really good as a odd front, but if, say, this tackle's over here on our guard, instead of him trying to cut this guy, which our center's pretty good at, we would just have the tackle come down on that down lineman, and we would have him climb to the backer. And you saw that second half adjustment where we ran my first monster sweep to start the second half. We went to that adjustment, and it houses it, because that was the difference, was getting that run through from that backer taken care of.
Oh, I saw you when you ran strong side, weak side, you ran to the strong side of the field and the weak side of the field, and there was the one play where they were loaded up on the strong side, you still ran towards that, and then there was other times where you ran to the weak side. What made you decide which route to go on your next play? Is it all based off just
Feel sometimes like we felt like we just match up, so we felt like we still could go to the unbalanced strong side. If we start struggling there, but we know we're getting a shift where they're trying, being a defensive guys, you divide the formation, you try to make sure you're not being outflanked and balanced. So anytime we move a piece, they want to try the piece so they stay balanced. Sometimes we found out if they know we run to the unbalanced side a lot, they'll overload, which then gives us the numbers to the other side. So it really is just a feel for what they're doing versus where we feel we have the advantage. A lot of it sometimes in film study or how they've played us before, if it's a repeat opponent.
I saw in that one play, it was a strong side. They had everybody in the box on the strong side, and you still ran to that side and got 4 yards. I mean, it's just
Yeah, you still don't want to, I mean, some of that too is just saying, you don't want to say every time I get in this, just because you outnumber us over there or you match us there, we're going to run away. You don't want to get into, we had a situation where one playoff game in our run to the state where it seemed like most of my plays where I was calling everything into the boundary. And so obviously the next week we play a team, guess what they're not adjusting to? They're not adjusting to the wide side. They're saying, well, his ass is going to run to the boundary. He did it every time last week. So you got to break those tendencies and things like that. So even though they potentially visually might have a match or an advantage to you, you still have to keep them honest. But again, for Monster Sweep, it's establishing that power first. And it's all, we come up with Monster Sweep. One, we weren't good at teaching rocket. It looks like power. It allows us to gain numbers at the point of attack, allows us to use multiple formations, multiple ball carriers. But again, that force defender or that kick out defender, he's getting his ass ripped when he's not doing power, defending power really well. So then he fights like a madman to defend power, and then you come out and jam him down with Monster Sweep. And so that's really why it come into development for us. Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you. All right, so I'm up next. Feel free to interrupt anytime during this if you have questions. I'm going to try to talk about the evolution of the way we run Rocket and why we run Rocket the way we do. Coach Nauman hit on some of those key points, so I apologize for repeating myself, but hopefully it'll all make sense. So first of all, why the Rocket? Okay, really similar to what Coach Spit said. Everybody loads the box. We base everything off of power. And everybody loads the box once power starts working. Our first answer to that is obviously, so we do some formational stuff. But if we want to get outside, we chose Rocket because I can't teach Monster. We could never get those guys to the edge. It ended up just being a cloudy mess, and we never were real crisp at it. So, like I said at the beginning of this, the double wing is a condensed split offense. So if you run spread, you're trying to use every inch of the field. Well, we want to keep the defense in the tightest box we can, okay? So a little bit more background. I grew up in a wing T system here. So I grew up running buck and trap and those things with a wider split, with the 2-2-3 split, things like that. So this is kind of our offense here is kind of a bastardized version of everything mixed together. And hopefully we have some sound logic. But again, we run Rocket to stretch the defense horizontally. Now, base run scheme when we started this out was play side. Everybody was reaching to the play. And when I say play side, we are trying to get to the outside half of our man. We are a shoulder blocking team. Get your head in front, cut off penetration. So if I'm reaching to my right, I am going to lose ground, rip through, and try to get my shoulder or my bicep to the outside shoulder of the man I'm trying to reach. So if he tries to spike, I've got my head in front, cutting off penetration, and then we are going to wheel our way around. When I say reach, that's what we're trying to do. And then put your butt in the hole. Like Coach Nauman and Coach Pitt said, everything up front is about buttholes, okay? We want our guys to be jerks. We want them to be buttholes. Our running backs are reading buttholes to know where to go, and we want our offensive linemen to put their buttholes to the play, to the ball. Where we want the ball to go, okay? So if you are on this front side, you are scooping, reaching through. The play side wing is reaching the most outside defender if he doesn't have a receiver out there. So if it's tight end wing on a closed side, our wing to the play side is reaching that outside defender, whether it's a corner, safety, outside linebacker, the outside most defender, whoever that is. Okay, and if you play real hard, or soft, I should say, like trying to stretch it, now it turns into a kick. But we don't tell him that. You got to get to this. You got to reach that guy all the time. It'll naturally turn into a kick if you can't get it. All right, fullback blocks back. Because when we originally started doing this with Coach Catris, we would run our boot concept to the backside. So backside guard, he was going to pull to the outside like it was boot. If we were in double tights and there's a backside tight end, he's running a corner. So we're trying to split the defense, and our quarterback would toss it and boot out. So it would give us a key. If they're overselling and always protecting that tight end, we're going to run boot action off of it, hopefully get an easy pass. But it wasn't always successful, and I'll get into that, and we'll be changing it later on. So this is kind of what it looked like. So play side again, we're all reaching. We have our razor or rocket motion. Quarterback would chest pass it, and we would chest pass it. So if I'm running rocket to my right, he would open up and chest pass like basketball, trying to get that guy as wide as he can, and then he would boot off of it away. And you can see here, like I said, the guard's pulling, trying to be that personal protector for the quarterback, and the tight end has got a vertical release into that corner seam realm. Okay, a couple different looks, the way it would look. So what we ended up doing after this, again, you can see this is one where the guard's pulling around. What we ended up doing was changing that to basically a full reach. So what we had issues with, I don't want to say issues, we just decided to prioritize the run success over maybe that pass option on the backside. So what would happen is we would run that rock motion, defenses would roll or do something crazy to try and spike that edge. So our running back would naturally plant and get vertical. Well, then backside flow would limit the big play potential of this play. So what we started doing with our backside guys was now you're reaching or scooping. We changed the terminology to scooping on the backside. So same concept. Okay, if I've got a head-up guy or a guy on my inside gap and I'm scooping this way, everything's the same until here. But if I have nothing here, now I'm scooping up through that gap, staying on my railroad tracks, not blocking a man, blocking a course, and I'm going to the second, third, fourth level, wherever downfield I can be that touchdown block, that pizza block like Coach Fitt was talking about on the backside. And what we found is that made this play way more successful than the 2 times we would run boot away from it in a game. If we completed that pass with sometimes below average backs or below average receivers. Okay? So then this is what it would look like. Everybody's a full reach. Okay, now really the one that sticks out is this guard. He is going to reach through his inside gap, through this A gap, up to the scraper. Whether that's backside inside, whether that's safety come downhill, whatever the case may be. Okay? Now, let's see a little bit of film of this. Okay, now this looks pretty similar to Coach Fitt and his double wing, except for we kept our wings at a 2-point stance. Okay, still tilted. I don't even know what the line was behind not having them in a 3-point stance. This is just the way we did it, to be honest. Okay, now this is 9 rocket, so this is coming towards us. Okay, so we're going to reach up front, and this wing back, who was pretty good, he was an all-Ohio running back that went to Finley and ended up playing H-back. He's responsible for this man. The white guy in this formation, because it's condensed, it's a pretty easy block for him, or should be anyways. Okay? Now, Coach Dahlman talked about our sprint motion, or the motion that we use. When we were running this type of offense or this type of formation, originally we had a rocket motion and a power motion. So we used a shuffle motion. So again, if I'm the right wing or the left wing back, motion to my right for power, we would shuffle, keeping our shoulders square to the line of scrimmage, trying to create downhill action once we got the ball. But then when we would run rocket, it was turn and sprint as fast as we could go. So obviously that told the defense something, which led us to our changes, which Coach Nauman hit on a little bit earlier, and I'll talk about them a little bit more later on. But what this allowed us to do, as you can see, we're snapping the ball, and he's past the quarterback. The goal was for him to snap the ball when the running back was in his A gap. Okay, so he already passed the quarterback, passed the midline, okay? And then he opens up, chest passes it down in front of the guy. Now you can see up here our 10 is releasing on the backside. Quarterback will boot out. And to be completely transparent, we're not very good coaches on that backside because half the time that tight end would just run in and end up blocking the safety anyways. Okay, instead of running a nice fake for the route. But come back to this play side here. Watch these guys reach. Okay, they should be flat. Okay, the tight end's here gaining a little bit too much ground early. I would rather him be flat. I'll give him the excuse that he's trying to reach this guy. But these guys should all be moving in unison, straight down the line of scrimmage, and then wrapping up. Okay, he seals that. Now, we do a great job of this. Coach Van Gundy does a great job of coaching this. We never use the word spin and pull. Never, ever, ever. Okay, but you'll see that our tight ends and our tackles and our guards, naturally, if that guy pins down, I'm not going to just cut up inside or waste myself. I'm going to wheel around and try to go to the next level, next guy. Okay, so that's what we do. Get a not great block by our wingback, but again, if this guy's stretching it horizontally, okay, I'm going to do what I can. Now, this is our guard and our tackle up here on the secondary, or on the secondary guys. I think that's the secondary guy. And that's back or linebacker. But anyways, okay, you see them facing eyes inside, getting up somebody. Running back makes a good cut here. Good play. Same thing. Okay, we keep this in this year, or when we ran this, we were always in the sniffer. We never backed the fullback up. His only play was wedge. All right, but you can see double tight, double wing. Everything should be the exact same. 49 rocket again. So we're going rocket left. Okay, good snap, good spacing. The aiming point for this guy to catch it was outside of the offensive tackle, or if we're really lucky, outside the tight end. We want him to catch it already out in D gap if we can. Because if he's going, generally this is one of our fastest kids, he's catching it in D gap while these guys are standing still. Even if they know where it's going, it's still fairly hard for them to stop. Big block by our wingback. Guys don't do a great job getting up second level here, but we're still in the hunt. We're still working. Okay, we didn't pass it off very well, but getting upfield. This isn't a great example, but just to talk about it, okay, this is backside flow. These three guys here, maybe even you could say this fourth guy, okay, these guys were the ones making the play a lot of times for us when we first initially started running rocket. Now, I'm not going to complain too much. It's a 10-yard play or 12-yard play, whatever it was, okay? But that's the difference between a 12-yard play and a touchdown. Now, like what Coach Spitz said, a lot of times what we run into, too, is these guys diving at ankles, which as an offensive coach really makes me mad. But it is what it is. To me, it's an easy way out, but decent play. Now we're going to the right. This kid was a freshman. Ended up being a really good running back for us. Now, again, this right wing back this time is responsible for that corner up here. Outside most defender. Tight end reaches, tackle reaches, guard reaches. Wing does a decent job. I'd like him to keep working instead of watching the running back. You'll see him run by and it happens. Don't look back for him. Stay engaged. Okay, still a pretty good run. One more time. Okay, he's rocking at us. Now, again, just like Coach Smith said, look at this formation defensively. Everybody is within 3 yards of the line except for these two guys over here. And I'm not trying to pick on this school here. They're a pretty small school. But when I see this guy out here on an island by himself, or somebody that's spread, they want to attack this guy in the pass game. Well, the way we want to do it is we want him with blockers in his face backpedaling. That sets us up for success. Now, our tackle here does a terrible job on his initial step. Okay, he just steps straight up. The guy ends up getting across his face. But our tight end's doing a good job. Our guard's second level on cutoff. Okay. Wings out here getting ready to block this guy one-on-one. So that leaves arguably our best athlete on this guy 10 to 12 yards downfield. Again, look at our tackle. Vertical push. Gets in that guy's way. A little soft by the defender, but now you got one of our fastest guys in space. This kid was a pretty decent athlete, kind of fast, but big play for us. Now, this is when we an example of when we changed and why we changed. Okay, so now these three guys here on the backside of Rocket are scooping up through. And I could really honestly give a crap less if they block these three guys. They should not run down Rocket. If they run down Rocket, I'm giving the ball to the wrong guy. But what we want them to do is get in the way of these dudes here in the level. They don't even have a safety on the field right now that we can see. So either he's so far back he's out of the picture, or they've got everybody up trying to be those two levels of defense that we need to get through. Okay, good toss, good placement. Again, they're cutting us on the offensive line. To us as graders, this is no excuse. If an offensive lineman tells me he got cut, that's a you problem. You got to do your job. Get those guys off your feet. Tight end here does a good job getting over. So do these guys. You see one guy ended up on the ground out of the 4 or 5 guys they used to cut. Okay, they do a good job not giving us the edge. Wing back and edge guys don't do a good job blocking it. But now our running back has enough vision. He's got a wall of white if he cuts it back. Okay, so that was why we went away from that boot action on the backfield. I've had people question, well, why'd you get rid of that? If it was open, you could throw it. Well, try to throw that boot action. Generally, there would be a free guy coming off the edge. Even if it was this corner, okay, this stand-up corner right here, if the quarterback boots off of the pressure in his face right now. And sometimes, if he got the ball off, it was ugly. So we're still at, say, like a 50% completion rate for the 2 to 4 times we run this in a game throwing the ball. I'd rather sell out over here and make this a much better chance of having success. Okay, now, as you can see here, this is this last year. Okay, we moved the fullback back. Okay, we did a lot more wide receiver stuff, a lot more formations with wide receiver. To be honest, it's just because of personnel. Actually, let's see what this is. I don't remember what this is right off the top of my head. Okay, so traditionally we scrimmage this school every year. Upper Sandusky, they're a little bit bigger than us, and generally they've kicked our ass. To be completely honest, they've had guys up front that are better than us. They've had athletes on the edge that are better than us. They ran a spread system, so it was really, really tough for us generally to compete with them. But what our guys have kind of owned up this year is what I talked about at the beginning, that blue-collar mentality, that we're going to punch you in the face mentality stuff. So when we moved our fullback back, our thought process was we want to use him more than just in the run or just in the wedge game. This kid was a All-Ohio wrestler, a state qualifying wrestler, our fullback, linebacker kid, great leader. We wanted to get him involved in the run game more than just a blocker and a wedge guy. This will also be a good example of the in copy of our splits and why we widen our splits. Okay, so the last clip we watched, we were foot to foot, super tight. Okay, now this isn't a crazy front by these guys. They're still in their, their 3-3 base front, but right there's their safety. Okay, I don't know if this guy's a man. I'm not a pass guy, but he ain't watching what's going on in front of him. In here, I mean, in the box. So this is our edge defender as long as we get this guy reached. So now we reverse toss instead of chest passing, okay? And that's a part of our motion changing, okay? So now our motion slows down a little bit, but we use it for both power and rock. So our motion doesn't give away the play beforehand, okay? Now watch the edge. These guys do a pretty decent job up here. One, we've been powering them to death, just like Coach Spit had talked about. This defensive end or outside linebacker, whatever you want to call him, he's sitting. Okay, he's not stepping up and setting the edge. He's not wrong arming it. He's just sitting. So we'll take that. Now, our tight end doesn't do a great job teaching, but initial contact is moving forward. We get 3 guys out on the edge. We run by a guy, which I don't love, but he doesn't make the play anyways. He undercuts it. Guys out on the edge, touchdown. Now the end zone copy here. Let's give you a good view of what our front's doing and why they're doing it. Okay, look how tight this guy is. Okay, he's playing outside of our tight end, but this is a great position for us to get this guy reach. Okay, theoretically, this guy should be coming up here on this corner, outside linebacker, safety, whatever you want to call him. Okay, their alley defender or edge player if that corner's in man. Okay. I think our hat level is a little high, but watch the front side 4. Boom. Turning and running. This tackle's a little high. Wish he was a little bit lower. Okay. But they're all running. Now these guys, their feet are a little bit different because they're not reaching flat. They're like on a 45-degree course to get more upfield for those backside guys, those flow guys.
So the teaching point on that, on the offensive line side, on that play side, is inside hand is your leader. Okay? So you're leading with the inside hand when you're reaching, inside, outside shoulder. So when you're doing that, it does 2 things. One, if you lead with your outside hand, you're always going to want to pull and hold. Okay, you're leading with your inside hand, you're either going to reach the outside shoulder and wheel your butt around, win it. The second thing that happens is, if you don't get them, when you pull through and you're leading with the inside hand, for some reason, I don't know why it is, if you point the guy out and you're pointing at, he's going to magnetize to you. He's like, oh, he's got me. I better go see him. Okay, so he comes in, and it turns into kind of a runoff, and you'll see this in film. You know, where he's just kind of running on your inside, and you're just using the inside hand to keep him on the outside. He goes under you, we win. He goes over you, we get 7 or 8 yards. It's a win for everybody.
Now there is one caveat to our blocking scheme, and all it is a call, it is an adjustment that we use at the beginning of the season. By the end of the year, our guys are just doing it without communicating. We'll tell that tight end, depending on how that defensive end or whoever it is playing him, that we will crash down and then we'll pull around. So it is pin and pull, but we don't tell him. Okay, so it's just something that kind of we adjusted in a game or maybe in a scrimmage, I don't remember, that we gave them the option to call that. And it ended up helping us in some of the weird, awkward fronts we get. I'm not here, but talking about it, that's what made me think of it. Now, this is a great job by this tackle. Okay, 51 here. It's coming at us. Tight end gets a decent job. I'd like him to keep wheeling his feet. But this tackle, eyes inside. Okay, Coach Spit used the words FBI, so he's looking for these guys inside. We just preach eyes inside, eyes inside, eyes inside. Okay. The other thing I want to point out on this clip, the guard and tackle here pass off a guy, and this is, to me, as an offensive lineman, this is good stuff. Tackle gets hands on this guy, but he knows I'm past him. I'm beyond. The easy way out is to turn and settle and let my guard run around me and maybe not get up to that second level. But instead, These two guys pass it off. Look at the inside hand, just like Coach John was talking about. Inside hand and chest, working his way across. Now, it's kind of hard to see. That defender actually reaches around and grabs our offensive lineman, which makes it easier to get in the way, but it works. Now, our tight end needs to sustain a little bit better here, but you get the idea of what's happening. He should be stealing that guy inside. Our wing is out here on the outside defender. Okay? If we hit one more block, this is probably a touchdown. But still, good play. Copy, which we don't need to see. Okay. Now, again, this is just rocket like we currently do it. Reverse out. I don't love our wing here on the top side, but he's blocking his tail off. I wish he had a little bit better course, but he pushes him out. Good hard run. This game was a monsoon game, and this is determined whether we got the home playoff game or we were traveling week 11. This was a big game for us. Thought our guys played well. So you can see here, this is the front they played most of the game. Okay, a 6-man with an overhang, kind of like a 6-4. And they stayed in this as long as we were in, for the first part of the game to shut down our power. We did not get them out of this defense until we started running rocket and jet. And you'll see maybe later on where they get into a 4-man front, and then we start breaking things wide open on them because they don't know. They're playing step slow. They're playing soft. That's really what won us the game. Now, I never want to see him end up on his back. This defensive end was pretty good. I'll take that. Good hard run. First down. Okay. Now, this is another good view of the offensive line here. Watch this right side. Now, again, we've never talked about pin and pull. I don't love this block by the tackle, but it's good enough, I guess. I mean, this is something where he's going to get coached up here about sticking on this guy. But again, naturally, our guard just keeps working. Tight end does a good job sealing his guy inside. Wing back's out here sealing his guy inside. Now we've got a guard running downfield. I wish you would attack. Same thing with the wing back up here. I wish you just pick a guy and lock on. Still a really good play for us in a game that was tight at the beginning. Full speed, seal, stick on it. Okay. Now, just like Coach Spittler said, okay, I don't want to call them answers, but our first adjustments when we're trying to run rocket, or even if we run power, we can do it out of all this, is our first adjustment is flex, which is kind of hard to see here initially. Okay, but you can see the top side tight end. He's just flexed out. 3 to 5 yards outside. How do they adjust? These guys didn't do anything to it. Their defensive end still stayed in this gap. Okay, well now even though we're still technically balanced offensively by formation, to me, we just made our edge game a lot better. Now, I think he could have stayed to the outside here. Still a pretty good run for a touchdown. Okay, now we're shifting to flex, okay, which was really unique here. They're in a 4 whatever, 6 whatever, okay, had been cutting our offensive line. We had kind of been, I don't want to say they were giving us hurt. Well, now we flex out, and they actually reduce their front even tighter. I don't know if that's what they practice, or if they just told their, their guys to outside shoulder the last man on the line, or what their case was. But we only got, our 5 guys really tight, foot to foot in here, and then these 2 guys outside, and we run rocket. It's really easy to pin those guys down and get the edge. This is the guy that went to Finley. It also helps when you have somebody that can do that occasionally.
Another one with chest back.
Yeah. These ones are early, just to show you some of the differences in how we use our formation. This team was really tough. They always seemed to find a way to beat us, and we had not shown this on film before this. And you can see this stand-up guy right here was an All-Ohio outside linebacker, defensive end, but he didn't even register that we were moving. You can see the linebacker up here. He's going to try and talk to him. Like, hey, widen out. Somebody do something. So he's transitioning as we get going here with the chest pass. And if you look at number 15 here, he's a basketball guy and about 150, 160 pounds maybe. This guy's 210, 220, physically outmatched, but we put him in a spot to where we can be more aggressive. And it's an easy touchdown. This is just flex again. Same stuff. This is against Northmore, who was pretty hard to beat. This was a big play for us in this game. Kind of give us some offensive momentum early in the game. Oops. This is just flex again. Get the idea. We're not adjusting their front. It gives us an advantage by alignment. This is another example of those backside guys scooping through. I wish they were a little more aggressive here, but you got a wall of red. They don't really block anybody, but it turns into a flex again. There's a couple other ones in here I want to get to. Okay, so similar to like what Coach Bitt was talking about with like Eagle and some of those other formations, Hoggy. Okay, this is some of our answers to this. And we do a lot of it from shift. One, we want to just get the kids thinking a little bit, the defense thinking a little bit, and just see how they're going to line up. Okay, so this is actually guard, tackle come out. If you see tight end moves in, guard and tackle come out, and then we get some guys out here on the edge just to, bring the fullback out, wing stays in, just to see what they're going to do. This was a 2-point play, I believe. It's good for that. And sometimes, so we shift. So our cadence is ready, hit. So when we shift on go, a lot of times we'll get guys off sides. They'll see us moving and they're so eager to get off the ball that we'll get easy 5s when we shift. We mix up our cadence too, going on go, ready, hit, 2, 3, whatever. Okay, again, so fullback. This one is tight ends over here. Just getting the edge. Again, a weird shift here, just to see what they're going to do, how they line up. To me, they're keeping way too many guys back here on this half of the ball. These guys are all out in space. Great. Especially in short yardage, it doesn't have to go for a whole lot. It's a good 2-point stuff we found. In future, like down the road, it makes them play a little bit slower, makes them think about things a little bit. Okay, now, rocket. Anybody have any questions over rocket? Sorry, I know I'm giving you a lot of info or showing you a lot. Okay, now this year in particular, we're always going to be a power team, but Rocket was our second best play, especially big yardage play. Now we talked about the fullback and moving him back up, wanting him to be more in the run game, make us a true 3 or 4 back offense. Well, this is our first play to the fullback. It's called base, basically just icing, fullback icing. We're going to take our play side wing, and he's going to insert into the first linebacker inside. Okay? Front side, because we see so many odd fronts or unique fronts, the rules are just center's going to scoop play side A. Guard is number 1 guy past the center to double team. Tackle is number 2 to double. Tight end is 3 to double. Okay? And our wide receiver rules are always near man to safety. Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like. I'm not that great of an artiste, but hopefully you get it. Okay, so in an odd or a 5 in front here, something where the center's got a head-on guy, he's going to scoop that A gap. He's not worried about a linebacker. He's just protecting A gap run through. Okay, if this guy slips away, it doesn't matter. He's basically locked on him as long as he keeps his butt this direction. First guy past the center is the guard. Second guy is the tackle. Third guy is the tight end. Okay, it doesn't matter if they were in A and B gap. Guard would come down, center is going to scoop A, tackle would come down to B, tight end would block the third man. Even if he's a stand-up, clear out here. If he's in C gap, he's going to watch it down. Okay? This is the only time we have man rules. Okay, so we watched this game a little bit earlier. We're getting Rocket to the outside. Okay, so watch what the inside linebackers and the edge defenders do when we show Rocket motion out. Now, the other thing I want to show is this is their varsity defense against most of our JV guys. JV guy, JV guy, JV guy. So it's 32-0 in the fourth quarter. So just to show you that it's not Jimmy's it's Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's sometimes here. Okay? These guys are widening out, playing soft, pull back underneath. Okay? So this was we had been running Rocket a few times on these guys. We had a touchdown. We got some success. They didn't change their front a whole lot, luckily for our guys. Okay, obviously this is a scrimmage, so that they didn't have any game plan time. But as soon as this thing goes in motion, guys are talking, guys are moving. Everybody's eyes is on this guy. Okay, everybody's eyes here. This guy's playing soft, got his eyes on the edge. Okay, he's trying to be an edge defender right now, regardless of his rules. He's turning and running. This guy's eyes are on the wing. This guy's eyes are on the wing. Safety scraping over, bailing. Well, then we'll give it to our guy underneath. Don't love the bend back here, but it is what it is. Okay, 7 yards. Good end zone view of it. Okay, shifting over. Guys are talking. Play side inside vacates. This is right where we should be. Little bend back. Play downhill. Finish belly. Now they change up their front a little bit. Okay, well, at least they're blitzing this inside guy, I think, or bringing him up here to play closer to the line of scrimmage. Did a good job shutting down our power with this guy. Kind of like Coach Smith talked about that A-gap run through. We were having a hard time. They were basically outnumbering us at the point of attack with this in our power scheme. We couldn't get clean second level blockers. Now, although this guy makes the play because he was a really good player, okay, watch his eyes initially. Okay, hops to the outside. Now this wing back, this guy should be up through, inserting, and that should be the guy that he's blocking. That should be the guy that he's blocking. But he gets caught up in the wash, plays a little slow, whatever you want to call it. Okay? And we don't get it blocked right. But still a good play. Gives us a first down. Here it is from the end zone. Okay, so rules initially. First guy past the center. Now, I'm not saying we blocked this correctly, but if he's up, this is one past the center. Center should be on the nose. 2, 3. He should be trying to block him out. This guy should come inside here, insert, and since this guy's walked down, this is his first backer inside, and he's actually going to try and turn him out. So this should be the alley. If we can hit this and we get past the second level, a lot of green grass. Hops to the outside. Again, this guy needs to get up inside of there instead of hopping and bouncing. But I'll take that 4 or 5 yard gain every time. Again. Now they're blitzing, and if this guy stays true to his gap, he's probably got us dead to rights. But he scrapes over the top, following this motion, and we don't even get our lead. This is a first-year player right here, number 3. And he doesn't even go inside, so it's just kind of like ISO, and still turns it. This is 15. Now it turns into 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8, whatever it is. Okay? That gives us 2 plays to get the first down. Again from the end zone. Boom, right underneath. Okay, diving at our legs for our interior 3 again. Now, the defense here does a pretty good job of not stepping or bouncing this way. But even then, 33 attacks straight forward instead of stepping inside or key stepping in, which, like I said, allows us to get a couple yards, finish on your belly every time, never fall sideways. Okay, we showed this team earlier. Okay, they were getting lots of flow from their linebackers. Still true here. Now, offensive line-wise, our pads are way too high here on this front side. But watch number 10, who is arguably their best player. Gets himself out of position. Turns into a good play. Try to watch it from the other copy here. Okay, so these 2 guys step up to protect the edge. He steps to the edge. He flat steps. Now, not devastating by our guys up front. I wish they were a little bit more aggressive there, but I'll take that run play. Now, I put this in here just to show, okay, this is a team that was spiking to our motion. And sometimes it hurt us. They got us for a couple yard losses, whether it was power or it was rocket. So what we're trying to do is hit underneath that blitz here. Now, this one's a little messy, but you can still they over pursue. They end up blitzing right by the guy. He kind of bounces off some of his own offensive linemen. But was that third and 5, 3rd and 6, whatever it is, first down. Again. We don't even block this defensive end to the play side because we had been running rockets so much and getting and having success that all these guys are selling out to the sideline.
Is it also because of the quarterback's posture when he's showing the ball up in the air versus weight?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Quarterback's posture is his fake.
Yeah, so we try to we want the defenders to see the ball. That's why it's so high, so it's exaggerated. So they think that the ball's in the air. Okay, so when the quarterback goes, if I'm working this way, okay, I'm going to drop step, big ball fake, and we're telling the running backs too, and I don't know if he does it on this one, and tuck. See, he doesn't do a great job there, but what he's supposed to be, if I'm the running back, I'm coming in motion, quarterback high ball fakes, I'm big, exaggerating my hands, okay, and I'm tucking and, trying to burst. He doesn't do a very good job here on his fake, but that's the goal. So we want these guys to see the ball in the air, or think they see the ball in the air, and then comes back underneath. Now, this is quarterback. So it's just follow for us, what we call base follow. So it ends up being double ISO. So the wingback inserts, fullback, tell the fullback to carry out his fake through the Mike linebacker's chest, and then the quarterback follows. Or if you're trying to get a +1. Now our quarterback is a baseball kid, not super physical, but he bought into this. And as you can see in a big game, we ended up losing this game 32-30. A big point in the game for us where we're trying to make our comeback. Again, quarterback follow. He's a little wide here. He needs to be tighter. But just to show you how we try to be a 4-back offense. Back to the fullback game here. Okay, but watch this guy. This was one of their best players. Okay, watch him scrape off this edge here just because of the rocket motion. Same thing with 50. They're selling out to stop that run play. Third and 4, that's a play for us. Okay, back to the beginning. Now, I'm probably giving you way too much here, but just because I want to go through some things with you, because I think it's the best thing. Okay, so Coach Spit talked about being series based, and like I said in my history, I came from Wing T, where everything's series based. Whether you're the 70 series, 80 series, Buck series, whatever you want to call it, everything's series based. So that's the way we do things, and that's why when we talk about power, we talk about counter. We talk about everything that goes with it. And this is our answers. These are our rocket plus answers. Okay? So if we run rocket, we have counter off of it. We have base off of it. We have base follow. And obviously we have boot and all the play action that goes along with it. But this is our home run play. When we need a home run, this passing, this is what we do. Now, everything is just like counter, like any of you would run counter. Okay, guard and tackle pull, guard kicks, tackle leads up through. Everybody on the play side is gap down back. Okay, nothing too crazy. This isn't a great example of the ball fake, but again, if I'm the quarterback, I'm rotating, big high ball fake, and then I'm getting it down underneath to the wing back, flat down the line. You'll see he jabs away, boom, straight back underneath. Fullback replaces the pulling guard and tackle to seal that backside B gap. And then usually it's out the door. There's a foot race somewhere. It's not the best angles, if we can find one better. Okay, same game later in the game. Okay, this is game 1 of the year. So we should get a kick. If this guy crosses the tight end's face, tight end's going to take him down inside. But our rule is we're going to kick the first man past the tight end. Lead up through. Okay, blocks him down. Not a great kick out, but first open window inside. like Coach Nauman talked about when he talked about counter X or the double handoff or crisscross, whatever you want to call it. We emphasize once you get the ball, you're looking to get upfield. Okay, a lot of times with young guys, they see this green grass and they want to run out here, and it ends up getting tracked down for a 3 or 4 yard gain. But if you can insert, look at this red wall here. I don't love the cutback clear across the field, but in this instance, I'm reading it wrong. I'd rather him get vertical, but this is pretty good too. This is our quarterback running downfield to try and throw a block. Escort his guy in the end zone. That was that kid's first touchdown of his high school career. I told you he was a first-year senior to play. Out the back. Now, what we found to have a lot of success, similar to what Coach Spitz said, okay, typically we're balanced. We have a tight end and a receiver, so we're balanced. But what we have a tendency is they usually got an extra overhang or something over here towards our tight end because we run power a lot to our tight end, so it makes sense because power is our play. But then you run counter to this backside. Even though 87 is probably their best player, it's still really hard for them to stop. Thinking rocket, clear, nice, easy kick. This 14 steps right up in the hole for our puller to get. Receiver does just enough to get in his way without drawing a penalty. Then it's still one-on-one, 10, 12, 14 yards downfield. Now, this team's doing a little bit of everything that we look for. They're cutting up front. They got a DB guy down here squeezing the edge, and these linebackers are flying like crazy to motion. Excuse me. So Coach Nauman did a great job calling counter underneath. What is the worst thing we can do on counter? Give up penetration, right? So we do a good job here with all these linebackers moving and stuff, and they did a good job blitzing a couple times too. That kind of caught us off guard, or caught guys up front off guard. And we're able to go, bing, got a good kick out. We can't see it right here, but 51, you'll see from the sideline copy, needs to do a better job of keeping his eyes inside and attacking. But our running back's able to go inside, out, and has a good run. $51 should have had a better block here on this guy like we're talking about. He's got to get his eyes inside right now and go 100 mile an hour and attack this guy's outside shoulder. Instead, he kind of waits, plays a little soft and whiffs, but luckily, running back is able to score. Same team. 51 does a little bit better job here. Now this time they really try to squeeze because we've run power. This defensive end comes across the tight end's face. I would still rather him hit it up inside. But a good run. Big gain for us. He doesn't score, but a big gain. Everybody's flowing. Get the outside. Okay, that's it. Sorry if I feel like, or if you feel like I put way too much out there, but I wanted to give you all the answers to Rocket and all the answers that we have that goes along with it. Is there any questions? Well, that either means I did a good job or I bored you to sleep, one or the other. Now is got pizza here, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break, however long that organically is. But there's pepperoni cheese pizza over there. Give you guys 10, 15 minutes to grab stuff, and then we'll just try to keep on rolling, keep this thing streamlined. Thank you. I felt like I was talking forever.
I think you started a little early.
I did.
You did good, as always.
Mute the sound at least. And then
Goes this way. Great. Go to the next
Check, check, check.
We never.
Check. Check, 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 sound check, sound check.
When's the last thing you did? As far as I can tell.
Which one do you need?
Hey, Zach, what's the plan here?
I'll start and you can go.
Okay.
Which one? Which?
Did Ben share that?
He should have. What are you going to talk about?
I'm just going to talk about aligning the program and talk about aligning the program, and then I'm going to pass it off to you for junior high
All
stuff.
right, cool. Then I'll roll into offensive line from there.
Okay.
I don't know what Ben's.
Well, he's got Wedge,
Okay, Wedge. Does he
and
have
then
junior high?
the junior high film's up here,
Okay. All right.
here at the top.
Okay.
Elgin Middle School.
Yeah. Does he have anything in there? He was putting together some plays.
I'll put one on huddle.
What?
Did you share a presentation?
Yeah, it's on here.
On it?
Clean this up a little bit.
All right. Stay close.
Yep. So he's got two wedges. There's Wedge, double wing Wedge, and then there's Wedge down here. I don't know which.
It might be junior high. I
And
don't
then
know.
middle school film is right here if you just want to show middle school.
I'll just show some middle school film against Coordinates because they were undefeated, but us.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So originally, my middle school coach, Eric Brush, was supposed to be here, but he ended up having to work today. So I want to step in a little bit, and I'm just going to talk about program alignment. So a huge success, or a huge part of our success, is we run the double wing. High school, JV, freshman, 8th grade, 7th grade, and throughout our youth program. And they use the same exact terminology as us. We bring in our lower grades and go over like how we structure practice, our drills. So our middle school offensive line coach uses the same vernacular as John with our varsity offensive line. Same schemes, we do the same everyday drills, all that stuff is exactly the same. And with our middle school, we usually bring them up for a couple camp days with us. So they practice not too far from where the high school practices, and they'll come over and they'll go through individual with us almost a mirrored session. Okay, and part of that is, one, I want to see them. We want to see them as high school coaches. But then two, they hear it from us. And those coaches hear it from us. So if John's working on stance and starts, varsity or high school guys will be over here, junior high guys will be over here, and he's commanding all of them. And maybe these guys go and they all go once, but he's coaching them all up, and the junior high guys gets exposed to that too, like the junior high coaches get exposed to that. Same thing at our youth level. We'll have them come up and do a youth camp, essentially like everybody does, except for we coach it. All the high school guys coach it, and they run through exactly what we do with the middle school and high school. Okay, so that's been huge to kind of setting the program standard, setting that mentality all the way up through. And as an example, my first year here, the youth team did not run what we ran. They were trying to run some version of the spread, and they weren't very good. It was kind of a hodgepodge, whatever. Well, they transitioned to what we're doing, and they had their best athlete and quarterback, and they were trying to throw the ball, 20 times a game maybe, or whatever it was, way too many. And now he just graduated and becoming a freshman next year. and he rushed for a crap ton of yards as a 8th grade running back. Okay, so the success that our middle school has had and our youth group against much bigger schools, our youth group plays in the Hardin County League with like Kenton and Allen East and some schools that are much larger than us, and we have success there, just like at the high school, because of this mentality and this stuff that we run. So since our junior high coach can't be here, John used to be the junior high coach before he came up to the high school. So he's going to talk about some of that, show you guys a little bit of middle school film. Our middle school team just completed an undefeated season. They even went down. So some schools in our league can't or have a hard time filling out a schedule at times. So we actually went and we played Harvest Prep with our 8th grade team and ended up beating them. And like Coach Spitz said, Harvest Prep being a private school, they have some full-grown men on their junior high team. And our guys stayed true to what they did and went in there and shocked them and ended up beating them 8-0. So that is just setting that stage of, or that mentality of expecting success, expecting to be tough, outwork people when they come up here. So John Van Gundy will talk about our middle school, and then he's going to talk a bit about our high school O-line stuff too.
Okay. Well, I'm not real technically savvy. Okay, I can eat well. Okay, as you can tell. So junior high, Coach Brush has done a good job. He took over for me. He's been doing it 6 years now. But my schedule sometimes couldn't afford. Junior high worked better with my schedule a while back. But anyway, one thing that we do in the junior high section, the junior high and even the youth league to some extent is not about having a Super Bowl winning team. Okay? It's about filtering as many guys as you can get into the high school program. Keeping them interested. If you play the same 11 guys, you're going to end up with about 8 of them because 3 of them are going to find something else to do. Okay? So we've done a pretty good job in Brush. Coach Brush last year had a big number, and sometimes we'd play, we had enough for a 7th grade and an 8th grade team, but a lot of the teams we play only have 8th grade or a combined team. Well, he would split them up into he called it red and gray. So we'd have first team offense, second team offense, first team defense. He'd play them opposite always. So the first team offense would be on the field for the first half, then the second team defense would play. Or, usually it was first team defense first half, second team offense. The other team, it was back and forth a little bit, was some competition. Well, then he'd flip it. Well, then that offense was usually fairly dominant, and they'd just run them over. But it got all the kids involved in the game, okay? That's what it's all about, okay? At that younger level, most of us here are smaller schools, I'm pretty sure we need all the numbers we can get. Because when you're only holding 30 guys on Friday on your varsity squad, okay, can't have JV, okay, and you're playing guys out of position, and there's no real competition. But when you start trotting, say, 40 out, it changes the whole game. You got JV football, solid JV football. You have inside competition. But the junior high program, that's what it's all about. It's retaining the numbers and building the program from the bottom up. Same way with youth program. We started a flag football program for the kids that just weren't ready, okay? And that's brought in another 30% more players because then they're kind of ready by the time 7th grade. They've got a few hairs under their armpits, that kind of stuff. They're feeling their oats. I want to give it a try. But if they play in the 5th grade, your helmet's too heavy for your head. You got knocked around a little bit. And Mom says, well, maybe you should be a full-time basketball player because nobody gets hurt in basketball. Okay? So if I can figure out the computer, which I'm pretty good at, but not really. I'll just show you a few clips here. There we go.
Nolan was supposed to run this for me. This is against Corey Rawson. Okay. This is, let me stop this here. Jesus. Or Ben, or I can't look and do the same. Run the computer for me. Please, Zach. Okay. All right. So we'll just go through a few of their plays. Go ahead and start it. Okay. As you can see, it's not rough, but they're aggressive. I don't know what they're running. Wedge spread. Do we ever run wedge spread? Jeez, Pete. But the good thing is, inside our offense, the middle school has to have a little bit of put your name on it, okay? You know, if the coach wants to run it out, okay, now we're coming back. But you see it's a little sloppy. You know, offensive line is up, but look how many guys they got in the box, okay? This is middle school version of power. This is a big kid. This guy, who is this? This is Luke Hart.
Yeah.
You know, we probably have more size in the junior high than we do at the high school level. But, you know, they're all fighting hard. They're working hard. You know, I wish the offensive line would do more, but, you know, we'll get to that when they get a little older. Okay, fullback, not good, not good. I mean, but I guess basically what I want to say about the junior high, and I'll probably end it there. They had a great time, and it showed. I mean, they were all playing hard. They were all having a good time, but they were learning. Okay, they got better as the year went on. This was their toughest game. Okay, in the league. They were flying around, doing what they should do. Then junior high football, when the kids are in it, they feel like it's so fast and it looks so slow. This is as important to what we do in the high school as anything else. Because if you have a poor middle school coach, get rid of him. Okay? Get rid of him. If he's give me the toughest 11, screw everybody else, throw him out. Get rid of him. Because that's not the way it's supposed to work. Okay? Because you'll end up with 25 guys trying to run something with no competition at your high school level. You know, and we all know that if the middle, what do we got? 28 guys coming up out of the 8th grade class this year? 25 signed up. Okay, we all kind of know that 25 is going to get down to 12, 10 to 15 seniors by the time they're here. That's good. You can have 10 seniors or more in Division 6, 7 football. That's pretty good. All right, I'm done with this. Okay. We're going to roll on to offensive line. Okay? So, our offensive line, we don't – traditionally, we've had some big kids, but we haven't. I mean, I think our center was 240 pounds. Everybody else was around 200 pounds. Okay? Kind of scrappy, kind of wiry, but they have the right mindset. We've sold it hard. Through junior high, Brush has done a good job. Like, it's a badge of honor to be a guard. Like, everybody wants to be a guard. You know, if you're the backup fullback, you know, the backup fullback usually will come to me and say, hey, coach, I want to play. Can I be a guard? You know, instead of saying I'm going to be a fullback or maybe I can be a wing or a wide receiver, can I be a guard? Could I play tackle? You know, do you think I could be a tight end? Well, you weigh 100 pounds. Let's see if we can bulk you up a little bit. Okay? So we run the wing foot to foot, or 1 foot splits, 1 foot back. So it's 2 foot split in my offensive line thoughts. You're creating a foot of splits by going a foot back, head on hip, and a foot of width. We've tried 2 foot splits. In our system, it doesn't work. It's too gappy. Okay, we'll get that undercut, especially in a rocket or something outside. You'll get undercut, and you know you ask the guard, the center in the guard on rocket when they're reaching. You know, you have somebody spike the A gap, and you're like, you know, nobody's going to block him. Oh, we didn't even see him, coach, because he's by him before they're out. If you're too wide, when you narrow it down a little bit, they got a little chance there. So, offensive line culture. I mean, you know, we eat a lot, you know, and we create a culture of expectations. Okay, I expect from the offensive line perfection. Okay, do we get perfection? No. But the other thing they can expect from me, from their coach, is I'll stand up for them at any turn. You can ask Coach Winslow, Coach Jonah, if you badmouth my offensive line, I'm going to come at you. Because the first time the wingback doesn't block, and we'll do it in film. You know, offensive line's first thing you get, you know, Nels, you didn't get your block. Well, I'm going to stand up for them as the offensive line coach. When the wing decides it's not his turn to block, well, then I'm coming at him, okay? And I'm coming after the coach. I got to protect those guys. They need to know that you care on the offensive line. Somebody's got their back because, you know, how many times have you ever heard of the center or the left guard being the preseason pick for, you know, from the paper for being the best player? Never. It never happens. Okay? They should pick the whole offensive line. On Saturday morning when the paper comes out with the highlights, you know, if an offensive lineman got into play, it's usually because he's looking back at the quarterback as he got sacked. Okay? Then they'll talk about it. Okay? They won't talk about him when the running back got 100 yards. You know, maybe Winslow will throw in there, the offensive line did really good. No, they did great. Okay? But on the flip side, if they're protected like that, okay, then they got to know that you're going to come at them. Okay? That you demand, if somebody's going to protect you, you got to perform. Because I won't perform anybody that doesn't protect. I won't protect anybody that doesn't perform. Okay? But if you give me all you got, sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes you're outmatched. We play a team that's really big up front. A lot of times we'll struggle just because we're sized out wrong. But if you fight and scrap the whole time, you're going to wear them out. Okay? But if you give me all you got, I'm going to protect you. But if you don't, you know, we'll discuss that. We use food as an incentive. Okay? The offensive line, they'd all be beagles. Okay? Because you can offer them food and they'll do what you want. Okay? Then they'll poop on the floor when you're not looking. I mean, that's just kind of what they do. But pancake stickers, you know, we just use incentives. Okay. The other what? Hong Kong buffet. Listen, if we rush for 400 yards, we're eating something. Is it 400 yards or 500 yards? 400 yards. Okay. 500 yards of total offense. We got to pass it a little bit. Okay. Which we don't do, but we try. Okay.
So not to interrupt you, John.
Yeah.
If you look at my staff, we're all bigger guys. We all played offensive line at some point, and we know what it's like to, you know, the guys score touchdowns, get high fives, get free throws, all those things. We try to incentivize or make linemen have fun.
Yeah.
That's food, that's helmet stickers. John's got a pancake chain, like a small
You
iron
betcha.
skillet that we give out.
You know, okay, I'll give you another example. It's, you know, we're in summer workouts, you know, in the grind, you know, we'll go in and watch film, but really we're just an excuse to go in and eat ice cream. Okay. I'll pass out some ice cream, cool the guys off a little bit. We'll watch film and we'll get it done. But, you know, they need to know you care. The other thing that I do that I think is pretty effective with the offensive line, before every game, I always tell them, I said, look, you know, nobody's going to see what you do until you mess up. You know, but know that if you see me hop the fence like a gazelle, I'm going to kick somebody's ass because they're yelling at you. Okay, no, I love you and I won't be back. Okay? So,
When the running back misses the hole.
yeah, when the running back misses a hole and their grandma's yelling from the stands, well, somebody block. She's never blocked anybody in her life. Okay? And most of the people You know, I never get any feedback from a dad who's been a guard. Okay? If the running back's dad was ever a guard or an offensive lineman, I never hear boo from him. Okay? But you always hear from people that the line needs to block. Okay? And they need to know that we got their back. Okay? Because in the offensive line world, if their heart's right, if they got their heart right, then their head's right, then they'll do whatever you want them to do. You can't force them to do anything. Okay? I can't make anybody do anything. They got to know that they're along for the ride. Okay? That they're part of the process and they are an integral part of the process. So that leads me to our next thing the offensive lines do in the double wing, which is the wedge. Okay? Coach Winslow, please run your magic. Okay? We're going to go over the wedge. Does anybody here run the wedge? Tush, push, whatever. Okay? It's best play in offensive line football. In my opinion, we could run it the whole game. I try to get these guys to run. Nauman won't do it. Like, can we just run one wedge series a game? Like sometime in the second quarter when it's getting kind of ugly, we'll just run wedge a whole set. Guaranteed score every time. If we didn't fumble, we'd score every time. Okay?
Yeah.
We've gotten pretty good at it. Okay? Good wedge play against Cardin here.
So,
Start out.
John, let's show them how we teach.
Okay.
If John's the center,
I'm the center. This is where it all starts. This is where wedge could go wrong.
he's the point man.
Yep.
A center cannot run out of
He
wedge,
cannot get out of the wedge.
which is the hardest thing for them to do is to be patient.
Especially if he's not covered. That's the hardest thing. Okay? When he snaps the ball, he's one step up until he's got pressure.
Yep. And one of the things that our splits help us, a lot of, we hear foot to foot or whatever. If he's the center and I'm the guard, sometimes they'll be like this, or even heel toe.
They'll cheat to win.
We, in our base, we try to be back off the ball with our helmet on our center's belt buckle.
Yep.
Well, guess what that allows? My job is to get my shoulder to his hip. So I'm here.
Yep. And then the further you come in, it's got to get faster from the outside in.
Yep.
Okay? The wings, again, we come back to the wings, not wanting to be involved in the dirty stuff. They've got to be quick to get in. If they're slow to get in, then you get a backside leak. Okay? And we got to hound that. But the best part about the wedge is, in our offensive line has bought into this, like when you say wedge, they start getting, goosebumps. Okay? And they'll call for it. They'll come over the sideline and say, hey, look, I think we need to soften them up. It's wedge time. Okay? And they've bought into that melee of whatever goes in there. There's really never holding on wedge. There's a lot of stomping, okay, running people over, okay? And it's great. Our best is quarterback on go, first down on go. 30 wedge works pretty well. Quarterback wedge seems to be our go-to.
Especially with the quarterback we had the last few years. He found a way to hide himself in there.
He just kind of gets in the center's crack. I don't know. That's the best way I can say it. He gets up on the center and kind of holds on, keeps rolling the pile until he sees a squirt.
And a lot of times this is our attitude adjustment play, whether it's adjusting our own attitude, like, hey, we need to get right here, or we need to stun the defense a little bit and maybe bring them back to what we want them to do. Now, wedge is not a great play against guys that are cutting your interior three.
No.
Because if the center gets cut, it just turns into a big pile.
If it's a cut, on a wedge. But at that point, when they get to cutting, then we are killing them somewhere else. If another team starts cutting us, then we're getting around. Okay, one point of emphasis is by the second half, the referees always come out and tell us, hey, look, if your fullback pushes in, we're going to call assisting the runner. Other coaches like to complain about that. So the fullback has to learn to fold in beside, not on the back of him. That's kind of tough for him to do because you can see our fullback right here, he does a heck of a push job. Okay? And everybody just kind of pulls up. And a lot of times, there's people on the ground. There's arms are getting stepped on. It's really a great play for an offensive lineman. See our quarterback right there. He played it well. He just kind of folds in there until it sorts itself out. Okay, he knows he's got everybody. Whoop, there it is. Because people will naturally want to come around the backside, and he'll slip right out. They really, they really get up for this play. But see how the center throttled that back to back. Okay, JB's not a fast guy anyway, but he kind of throttles this thing back till he gets pressure from the back and the front.
Now this is not blocked very well.
Our left guard did not.
Left guard, right tackle, right tight end do not do a good job. And this play still goes for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 yards.
Yep. We got the fake out the back. That works well. The motion.
Actually, you get it sometimes. Once they start trying to stop the middle, I just pitch it.
Yeah, we actually put that in this year where our quarterback, it's weird. And this is part of John's doing. Okay, if the offensive line's in front of me, okay, so we'll take the snap. He actually folds in and
He just flips
tosses it
back and he
to the
gives it a
running
hip
back on
toss
motion.
to the back in motion.
That's a trick play for us. That's not something we'd run a whole lot of.
And he can run a pass. I mean, we've run wedge pass, which is just a pop pass. He steps in the wedge, throws it over the top. But you can see, we're playing Ridgedale right here. Okay.
This is a rivalry game for us. We were actually picked to lose this
And
game.
This is Ridgedale Super Bowl right now.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a state championship for them. Look at it. They're like, oh my gosh, they're running this play. They hate it. The defense hates it.
The other coaching point here that takes a lot is you can see we're all in 2-point stances up front.
Yep.
So the way it works usually for us
Is as an offensive line, we break the huddle, we come up, we're elbows on knees, and then that first sound that we talked about, that go, we all snap down. So it's go, and we're ready to go.
So as you can see, they're not ready. The defensive line has been conditioned to, okay, they're going to snap down. We'll get ready.
Yeah.
When you go on go, you catch them off guard and you just wash them out.
And Coach Nauman does a good job of mixing up our cadence where we'll go on a bunch of different sounds, whether it's go, ready, hit, 1, 2, 3, kind of like I talked about, and that will really slow the defensive line.
Junior high. He put it on the end of mine.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not us, but that's a good junior high power
Yeah.
right there.
This is junior high power.
Yep.
But now this is Lima Perry, and they're generally way more athletic than us. Maybe not so much this year, but as a rule, usually they are.
Another thing on top of that in the offensive line, I include everybody. Okay. The offensive line is going to block. Nauman said it. Coach Winslow said it. One guy gets football. Okay. 10 other guys block every time, every play. Quarterback doesn't have to physically block. If he carries his fake right, he blocks somebody. He pulled somebody off. Same goes to the wide receiver. We don't throw the ball much. Okay. A lot of times we're running one tight, one receiver out. Listen, we adopted this little guy into the offensive line because, we're not throwing him the ball. He might as well block and get offensive line love. I mean, they buy that all up. Everybody wants to be part of this.
This is a great situation here. 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. We're at the 30. This is 2 plays to get a first down type of territory. Who calls quarterback wedge or quarterback sneak on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7 on go? So on the first sound, I'm sure they're thinking play action, some type of pass play, rocket, power, whatever. I mean, these two are having a full-blown conversation about how they should line up or whatever, but we're in a double tight, double wing set, and go. Now, if you can see, kind of get lost here, but our quarterback is wearing this Madonna white sock or white stocking on this side. Just try to watch that as we go through here. And it's just a mass of humanity. He's still going. Okay, there's the leg sleeve.
So nobody knows it. Half the time when we score on a wedge, we have to show the referee the ball because he's looking in the pile, looking for somebody. Well, the guy who scored is standing next to him. He has to show him the ball. Okay? We've had to convince him a couple times.
Yep.
The other thing I wanted to say about double wing, these guys have to use some of their brain power. You can't stack up. Okay, we got doers and thinkers, okay? You can't put too many doers beside each other. Somebody in there's got to be a thinker, okay? And we tend to stack our offensive line, okay? Right tackle, doer, okay? He needs
Best down blocker.
He needs to be a mad down blocker, not a rocket scientist, okay? Tight end, he's got to be able to think and do, okay? But he's usually a little more athletic, okay? Maybe most years, not this year. But anyway, I like our right guard to be able to know what's going on, okay? Same with our left guard. Our center generally is pretty smart too, and our left tackle, but you cannot stack up on one side too many doers. We've run into trouble when you have center doer, right guard doer, right tackle doer. You're running base, those guys are all over it. The front shifts, and they swim with it. I mean, that's just been my experience with this offense and, the kind of guys that we've used. Like I said before, we're not really big. I take the guys who get it done. I'm not looking for, I'm not looking for flash. I don't care that you're, 6'2", 280. If you can't move, you're not with us. Play somewhere else. Okay. But if you want to move, that would be great. Okay. We'll find a spot for you. Okay. The offensive line in this setup has to have an edge of aggression. Okay. Luckily, most of our guys, we got a big wrestling program. A lot of those are the wrestlers. Like 165 on up, those weight classes are playing offensive line for us. So that's pretty much it. Any questions on what we do as an offensive line? I mean, I'll answer anything. We teach blocking. We run the chutes a lot. We got to stay low. Our pad level's always in question. Okay. We've attacked a little more. I used to be kind of a holding guy. I'm not going to lie. Okay. When we're up close, get a hold of the jersey. Okay. Especially on rocket. We used to teach rocket when we'd reach, and we just reach. And why we changed from inside hand, outside shoulder when we reach, you're naturally going to lead with this shoulder, which is going to naturally make you open up. Okay. And you're going to do one of these numbers. You're going to banana this thing out of there. When you're leading with this shoulder, when you come out and you're here, if you're leading with this hand, okay, you're naturally going on a downhill course because you're pointing where your hand's going. Okay. Pointing to that outside shoulder. So you're coming around and you're going downhill. Okay. Little things like that have helped us a lot. When we're down blocking, I like to have a guy put a hand on a hip. Inside hand on the hip. When you punch somebody in the hip, they're naturally going to hitch over. Okay. If you can get that hip. The other point is it's a natural low point. Okay. If you're aiming for the hip, okay, you might slide up and rabbit punch him in the side. Okay, whatever. Okay. But we've had an Achilles heel, especially with rocket. Until we change some things up, we would naturally want to hold. You get the big thing, the doer tackle on the outside. He'd come around. He'd reach his big mid across, rip the guy back. We just busted a 30-yard run. We're 10 yards behind. Okay. So the emphasis this year, probably going forward with this group, is I'm not going to tolerate holding. I mean, holding's going to happen, but if your technique's right, you shouldn't get caught. Okay. All right. Drive your feet. Do what you're supposed to do as an offensive lineman. The other rule we have, it's a rule to live by. It's never let a man come inside of you. Okay. That's down block rules. Okay. If the guy comes inside of you, you're done. Okay. They always get a little chuckle out of that one too. It's teenagers. You throw that one out and they, think different things. I always tell them, what are you thinking about? Nobody can answer. But anyway, so Let's see that's pretty much it. I mean, butt to the hole, know your body placement. Left tackle in our scheme has generally been a weirdo. You know, they seem to make the best left tackles, especially if you're running right power. Okay. They need to know how to scoop in body position. They don't have to be a killer. Okay. If your body's right, if your butt's to the hole, you know, you have a man, you're between the man and the hole. It's simple. It doesn't have to be overthought, but you need to know when to turn it up when it's time to turn it up. So, I'm trying to think. I had a million things I thought of last night, but I forgot most of them. But anyway, so protect your guys at all costs, and support them. And you can't be. I'll give you a scenario. We brought in another coach, and our schedule got screwed up because we took on a 7-on-7, which I hate 7-on-7s, by the way. He came in, and I wasn't there I was on vacation. Okay, for 3 days? We almost had a full-on revolt. I mean, your guys are going to love you. Okay, but try not to put anybody in there that's going to rip them apart. And it just doesn't work in this scheme. If they quit on you, then this offense is not your offense. Okay? If you got a bunch of guys that have a tendency to quit, then either find new guys or figure out how to do it. Because this won't work if they're not giving it all they got. So, that's it.
Thanks, John.
All right.
Okay, next is Coach White. He's going to talk about some under center and gun double wing stuff. So he's going to get his computer fired up here and get this thing going. So let me get things switch over. Give it a second, it should pop up.
All right, folks, I'm probably the elder statesman of this whole double wing thing. I've been running.
Is it working?
Been running double wing since 2005, 2006. So I'm almost at my 20-year anniversary. And 13 years under center, 5 years in the gun. All right. Actually have never run both at the same time. I've always been one or the other, and that's just me to a fault because there's so much that goes into running each particular one that I don't like crossing over stuff unless I have a legitimate reason to. Okay. Out of the double wing, we've had 14 league titles, 8 playoff appearances, 1 play from the state championship in 2012. And in actual 2012, we broke the state scoring record. All right. It's been since broken by Clinton Massey and Joe Burrow, but at one time we actually had that record. What makes that very intriguing to me is we did it with an urban inner city team with no transfers. And if you ain't anywhere around any big school districts, a lot of times football is played through the high school transfer portal. All right. And we had none of those. All right. Talking about the gun double wing as compared to under center double wing. What would make you go to the gun double wing? A couple things. Well, first of all, a couple things you got to understand. In the gun, the quarterback running game essentially replaces the fullback running game. So your quarterback is probably your best athlete. Okay. Another difference, the quarterback has more openings to memorize under center than he actually does in the gun for us because we only use kind of 2 openings when he's in the gun. We operate with a sidecar in the gun,
where he has his heels on the quarterback toes or his toes on the quarterback heels, just depending on what series we're running. Okay, and the depth of the quarterback is his toes are at 4 yards, the same as a wing T fullback would be, because essentially he, like I said, he's taking those fullback reps. Why go under center? If you're under center, obviously your fullback is a primary ball carrier. He has wedge, he has trap, he has belly, he has G, the midline, the outside veer. All of those fullback dominant plays would be more so while you're under center in the double wing. But in the gun, like I said, your quarterbacks will run a quarterback power, quarterback Trojan, quarterback trap, quarterback counter, the +1 running guy. Okay, so that's the difference to me. Now, which one do I prefer? It depends on my personnel. Okay, like I said, if my quarterback is the guy, then hey, we'll probably be, in the gun. If my fullback is the guy, like this year coming up, then we are going to be under center. Similarities, the same mindset. The double wing is a run-based offense, and we're going to run the ball to win, and we'll pass the ball to score. I like what a speaker said earlier. I don't like people telling me when to pass the ball either. Okay, we don't go in the game saying, what are we going to do? And we're going to throw. No, we're going to figure out how to move the ball on you on the ground. And when you overcompensate, then we're going to throw the ball. Okay, but we're not out there saying, well, cover 2, cover 3, cover 1. Okay, even though we know those things, that's not the concept that we're trying to do. What we are trying to do is do something extraordinarily great, and then the other thing, efficient. We want to run the ball phenomenally great and throw the ball efficiently. Okay. Same blocking scheme for the most part. Okay. Same blocking scheme under center is the same one in the gun. Okay. Now on power, we've went back and forth. We're pulling the guard and tight end to the guard and tackle. We've done it both ways in the gun and under center, but there's nothing really new to the blocking scheme. Okay. Under center, let me go say about that there. You must perfect both systems to be consistently successful, okay? Because we do so much emphasis on our different backfield actions, whether under center or in the gun, that's why I said I don't really like doing both, because it's so practice intensive. The double wing is one of those things that you have to practice to utter literal perfection. You can't glance over things. You can't do things in a roundabout way. That it does not work. You will get hit up out of it quick. You have to practice, okay, with intention and focus, and the kids have to learn how to perfect their assignments. Okay, so I put in a couple of films in here where we're running the gun and we're running under center, so we can show you how to look. In the gun, like I said, our quarterback, his toes will be at 4, and we'll play with a sidecar. Sidecar will be behind the tackle, still 0 to 6 foot splits. He will either be behind the quarterback with his toes on his heels, or in front of the quarterback with his heels on his toes, just depending on what series we are running. Okay. The sidecar and the quarterback are the two primary runners. The wing back is the guy who's running counters. He's running our weak side Trojan, and a couple other plays. But the two primary guys is the quarterback and the sidecar. Now, another kind of difference is the under center double wing is balanced, so we can run either way efficiently. Where in the gun, you're actually playing with fullback is offset and you're playing it with a wing back. So it almost looks like a pure single wing, but we aren't unbalanced because we're playing with two tight ends. Okay. So obviously people are going to play us more to the wing back side. That's how you have to have complementary plays coming back to the opposite side, because you're not balanced. this here is just a kind of sample of a couple plays here. So that is our, what we call Trojan, okay? Trojan is what the gentleman calls, what was the play you called earlier? What's it called? Monster Sweep. Monster Sweep is our Trojan, okay? And as we move forward with this, you know, like I said, been doing this 20 years, so I got a lot of nuggets over the years and the kind of philosophies. One of my major philosophies is, if you are going to be a C-gap conscious team, meaning power, counter. You got all this stuff coming after the C-gap. People are going to play you to the C-gap, meaning they're going to let their ends know, especially if you're playing teams in a good league that are coached, they are going to close the C-gap, either with a 7 technique or a hard 6 technique. They're going to squeeze. So if you are a C-gap running team, then you probably want to have a D-gap play that complements your C-gap play, right? Make sense? So we already know if you're a wing T type guy, then you know your base play is probably a buck sweep, which is a D gap play. Where the same concept we use for our Trojan sweep, where our tight end blocks down, he's blocking down as an influence to the defensive end to squeeze. When he squeezes, then here we come with the wing back, sell him in, and now we're just running power one hole wide. Okay. So Trojan for us is a primary base play. This is that's just power. Another major difference. So on our power, our quarterback, he's coming here and it looks like a zone read. He's coming here, he's boom. And then how are we going to hold or block the backside defensive end? We're going to block him with the quarterback, okay? Because he's coming out the back door of that, okay? All right. Now, if we catch him running, meaning squeezing hard, what we would do, we ran a lot of split flow plays where we will open up here, we'll read the backside DN, we'll block counter to the play side, have our fullback loop around for the backside backer, and we'll run it as a zone read and just have the quarterback keep the ball. Okay, so that's another major difference. In our power under center, our quarterback, he's going to pitch the ball, and he does what we call hockey stick. He pitches it, and then he shows power patterns. The reason he does that, he wanted to hold the sound linebacker, hold the corner with his movement out on power pass, but we're running up A to B gap. In the gun, we're faking out the back door, okay? So the kid has to be extremely disciplined to do that. That is our speed sweep out of in the gun. So what we do, we will have the sidecars, toes on his heels, arcane his position, down, black, white, blue. He starts off in rocket motion on black, straight off the quarterback heels. The quarterback catches, 1, 2, pitch, okay, and gets it out. So that's our horizontal stretch. One thing I learned about the double wing over the years, power, or whatever you're running up inside, might be your base play. But what I learned is speed sweep, whether it's rocket or jet, is your most important play. And the reason I say that is this. Y'all have seen all these crazy fronts, right? I have seen every front imaginable to man. I've seen 71 diamonds. I've seen them put 10 on them. I've seen everything. If you can't get the ball to the perimeter consistently, what people end up doing is pinching and stunning and doing all of this thing and end up muddying the water so tight up inside it's hard to run. But if you got a good speed sweep, whether it be rocket, whether it be jet, then that forces people to stay out on the perimeter. And that's why I said, whether we ran rocket or jet, we've run both. But that is the play that we have to perfect to keep people from muddying the water on us.
Now, this is what we call lion. We just ran, this is in the gun, because like I said, we had a lot of split flow plays, okay, where we'll read the backside defensive end, this guy right here. So on this play, we're running trap here, but we're reading the end, okay? Now, we did break our double wing in the gun when we run it to feature the quarterback on certain plays, okay? Sometimes we would run our speed sweep by running it to a slot and cracking it. Sometimes we would run it out of base, okay? That's our straight up base, just straight base power, okay? So let me go back real quick. And because you guys have touched on a lot of stuff that I have dealt with over the years. Let's talk speed sweep for a second. Let's talk rocket sweep, right? Because I've obviously run rocket sweep for 20 years. What we had to end up doing on our rocket sweep, we make a call. Our tight end makes a call, okay? He makes a call to the wingback, okay? Every defense has a C-gap closer and a primary force. I don't care what kind of defense you're playing. All right, 30, 40, whatever. So what was happening to us is we was J-pathing both our tight end and our wing. They would take the three-step J, like I do, right? But this guy, that primary force that a lot of times sits between the tight end and the wing, if he would run up the field like right now, a lot of times our tight end and wing would J-path right past him, but he would make the play in the backfield. So what we end up doing is letting the tight end make a call. He makes a me or you call. Okay, that's talking to two people. That's talking to the wingback and that's talking to the tackle. Okay, if he says me, that means that man is tight enough for me to reach. All right, so I'm gonna take my reach step, punch through inside arm, same thing that was taught to us earlier. And now that means the wingback can take his normal three-step arc. All right. If he makes a U call, he's telling the wing, he's too wide for me to reach, okay? So I need you to take him. And then now the tight end will attack the heels of the outside linebacker, the guy who is too wide to reach, into the play side alley, and that tells the tackle, go corner first. The corner is probably naked, because if the wing has to block the end because he's too wide to be reached by the tight end, the corner will be naked and the tackle will look corner first. Does that make sense? To make sure we handle that primary force. Because we've had plays in the past, we would J-pass out here, they run right past the primary force and he blow the play up in the backfield. So that's how we end up solving that. And that works out really well for us. And we do that whether we're running rocket or jet. And these are rockets. Another major difference, the gun does not have the horizontal stretch that under center has. The way we get horizontal stretch in gun is we show rocket. That's really the only horizontal stretch we have, while under center, horizontal stretch is extraordinarily important, at least to me. We run a lot of either jet action or rocket action, and then obviously we're running plays off of it, okay? We're running that rocket or jet, and then we're coming counter off of it, or rocket power off of it, or trap off of it. So we're looking to horizontally stretch, okay? Get to a couple, and then we'll move on from this. That's just trap. So those are a couple of just base wing back type plays off of in the gun. Of a couple quarterback plays in it. Another thing, our offense, regardless
if we are under center or in the gun. We have three primary full flow plays that our whole offense runs off of. Three of them. We have power, we have whatever speed sweep we running, rocket or jet, or we have Trojan, our D-gap power. Those are our full flow plays. We're not trying to trick you. Here we come, right? Putting more people at the point of attack than you got blockers, right? That's the whole philosophy. So off of those three plays, every other play comes off of. All of those plays have a counter, trap, and pass attached to them, where we're trying to make sure obviously the counter look just like power, or the counter look just like our speed sweep, or a counter that looks just like Trojan. But those three plays are the first plays we learn because those are the plays that everything else runs out off of. And if we aren't good at those plays, the other plays probably will not be successful. So that's quarterback Trojan. Excuse me, quarterback counter off of Trojan. Okay. So our D-gap Trojan play. His heels on my toes, we're catching, we're one slide, we're giving the ball, okay? And we're running D-gap, just like the buck sweep. So obviously, if we want to run counter with it, he catch, one slide, and he gets back. Or if we want to run trap with it, boom, catch, no slides, A-gap, okay? But it all comes off of Trojan. Now, on our Trojan, what we would do is we would show our power read, okay? Because off of our quarterback power, our quarterback was catch, one slide, boom. All right. So when we ran Trojan, he would catch, give, A-gap. So we're showing two plays simultaneously. And that's off our little 20 personnel. It was kind of much easier to get the 20 personnel, especially when we ran. This is just counter. So like I said, just replacing the, if you got a quarterback, that's a guy, you probably want to be in the gun.
Coach, how's this running so unsuccessful?
We run with the fake. Eye candy. The whole double wing is eye candy, right? We got base plays, and then we got plays that run off of those plays that are eye candy. Okay?
When you're in gun, coach, what's your offensive line splits?
6 inches, they're the same. We don't really change anything.
Are they heel toe to the center, or are they off the ball more?
Off the ball. They're off the ball. And he's up here. Yep, they're off the ball. What I did, I included in my presentation our whole playbook from the gun and under center. So if anybody wants it. And it goes over our whole system, the blocks and schemes, the everything. So a couple under center plays. So obviously we run a full complement, belly sweep. If you ran the wing T, you probably ran the belly sweep. So once again, if you have a really good fullback and you run a fullback belly, fullback trap, then you want to probably run the belly sweep off of that. Belly sweep. Wedge. We talked about the wedge. The wedge is the best player in football. We run the wedge at any spot of the field. The only way to stop the wedge is for the defensive end to dive. And then once your linemen learn how to look down and just step over people, you really can't stop it. We was in a playoff game against Tip City this year. Tip City is a very good program in Southwest Ohio. We were killing them with the wedge so bad that I guess the coach complained about it. They threw a flag on us. Said we were interlocking arms, killed one of our drives, we ended up losing the game. We ran for 500 yards in. But the wedge, let me tell you something about the wedge. Once again, a nugget over the years. We understand that we're going to step here and we're going to get hip. The two guards want to be hip to hip, and obviously the tackle wants to step here, right? The tight end, this is the most important part of the wedge. The tight end has to take 2 shuffles. Everybody else take 1. All right? Where you're going to get killed in the wedge is in the C gap if the tight end doesn't get to the tackle. So at the snap, he shuffle, go. So your tight end takes 2, everybody 1. Okay? Because where you're going to get penetration in the wedge is through the C gaps. But yeah, we'll run the wedge on any area of the field. Let me get back to my. Couple. This is a couple more. This is under center. Now, if you notice our double handoff, we didn't motion. We don't motion on power. Okay? For us, power is an A to B gap play. All right, now you can motion. Everybody does things different. But what I end up finding out over the years is when I quick out in motion and catch the pitch on the move like that, I run past the A to B gap, and it ends up being a C to D gap play. Power should start in the A to B gap. If the A gap is closed, we jump cutting out B. B gap is closed, we jump cutting out C. Okay? So we don't motion on power. Okay? We quick out and we attack right at the heels of the fullback from a sniffer position. What that does, that cuts the angle down so the defensive end cannot catch you from the backside. We never really get caught from the backside. Okay? So our center is going to block back, man away, man on. Okay? And our tight end is responsible for cutting off the B gap, and we don't have to block anybody outside of the backside B gap. All right. Now, if he aims behind the fullback, that angle, all right, now the DN has enough angle to catch you from behind. But if he aims at the heels of the fullback, you really never get caught. So we don't motion on power. Okay. We don't motion on our double handoff either. We motion on Trojan, okay, which is our D gap power, and that is because we're pulling the play side guard, the backside guard, and we pulling the backside tackle for run through. All right. It's a wider play, it's a deeper play, so we have to motion. So by the time he snaps the ball, here's where the normal wing T offset back would be. He should be behind the tackle. So y'all can see we're not motioning there. He just attacks the heels of the fullback. This is our inside counter. Now, if you're not running this play and you understand it, you might want to really think about this play here. This play is called rocket power, okay? All right? So what's happening, we're showing rocket motion. Well, this is laser motion, but it's called rocket power. This is laser motion going to the left, right? It's motion across the heels of the fullback. The backside wingback is sitting here. At the snap of the ball, all he does is crossover play, okay? The quarterback is going to turn like he's pitching the rocket sweep, but he's going to pitch it to this wingback. And this guy's going to show rocket. Once again, we're looking for what? Horizontal stretch, right? So we just run a rocket right up underneath. This play has been very good to us. Intercept, run power.
Would you say that wingback's footwork is, Coach?
He just crossover plant and stop. So he's here, and his aiming point is the feet of the fullback, because the fullback's kicking out on power, right? It's power. Crossover plant, boom. The wingback's, the opposite wingback is coming here. The quarterback is reversing out like he's pitching a rocket sweep and pitches it right to him. Soft as a feather, then the quarterback just comes down the line and kicks out. So we got 2 kickouts. The fullback kick out and the quarterback kick out. So we can see, you see, this is what I mean about the play. Powers and counters should start close to the A gap. Starting the A gap, boom. A gap close, B gap close, C gap. This is counter cutback. Start on power, because cutback. This is our rocket sweep. So I always believed in having answers to things. If something goes wrong in our offense, we don't change it, we fix it. All right? Okay? We fix it. If something breaks down in your car, you don't throw it away and go get a new car, correct? You take it to somebody, you fix it. That's what we do. Period. Okay? We fix what's wrong. We make sure to fix our blocking scheme. I think this might be, let's guess. Double hand up. But we fix things, okay? And then we need to understand how plays run off of plays. So, counter. So, how are they going to stop? Once again, how are they going to stop power? Squeeze, right? Obviously, they're going to squeeze. They're going to close. Well, okay, that says if you're going to be perfect at stopping power, how are you going to stop Trojan? Right? Okay. Once again, understanding defense, and I'm a firm believer of if you don't know defense, how can you really coach your offense and vice versa? Because you might not know what you're looking at, right? All right. A while ago, we was in a defensive meeting. We was playing Winton Woods, who used to be a great midline and veer team. And we're sitting in the meeting, and the coaches are saying, you know, we need to do this, and this, and this. And I said, put the midline up on the board. Put the veer up on the board. You can't put the veer or midline on the board. How the heck are we going to stop it? You don't even know what you're looking at. Okay? So what I'm saying in reference to the double wing, you're running power. Okay, how do you stop power? Right? Right? We understand every defense has a C gap closer and a primary force outside of that C gap closer. Right? If it's a 4-2-5, the 7 techniques, the C gap closer, the primary force is the hybrid outside of them, right? Okay, so we know how they're going to stop it if they play it perfect. What play runs off of that to punish them for doing that, right? So we're not just calling plays, we're keeping it within our scheme, okay? Rocket sweep. I used to tell my kids, rocket sweep or jet, technically, normally is not designed to go to the sideline unless you're playing a scrub and they're going to let you out there, right? The primary force kid that's out there, in the corner out there, what do you think they're going to do when they see rocket or jet coming at them? They're going to run up, right? So what are we trying to do? We're trying to either from the jet or handoff or from the rockets, we're trying to get a horizontal stretch, and as soon as you overcompensate, we're going to plant vertical and then right back outside. Okay? Unless you're playing somebody who just don't know what they're doing, and they're going to just give you the edge, right? We expect them to play things halfway correctly. Trying to get that's rocket power. The wingback didn't do a great job of faking. But you see, I want you to see how we're going to show rocket. Boom. It look like rocket, right? It look like rocket. Catch. Now we just running power underneath. So he did a really kind of bad job of faking. Another play we run off of power. Remember what we said, we run the veer. Because we're tight split, our veer is really an outside veer. I just call it veer because we don't run the veer, the true veer, but we run the outside veer, so I just call it veer. So once again, what are we going to give this defensive veer? We're going to give him a down block, right? Obviously, what's he going to do if he's coached? Close. If he ain't going to close, we can run seek out the whole game. It doesn't matter. But if he is going to close, squeeze, gotcha. There we go. We out. Especially if you got a quarterback that's a beast. Got a little juice to him. Okay? So once again, this is a play. We just didn't sit there and say, you know what? Let's just run the veer to be running the veer. No, we said, what option can we run off of what we do to take advantage of them playing what we do well? That's why we run the outside veer. A variation of the draw. I'm pretty sure most of y'all running the Sally draw. Everybody running the draw. We can run it to the wing back or we can run it to the fullback. Power. Power is obviously an attitude. Power is a base concept. Rock and sweep. Working for horizontal stretch. So a couple things we had to figure out too on our blocking for power, okay? I say this to our kids all the time. I say this to our coaches. We do not block fronts. We block rules. I don't care what front you line up in, it's irrelevant. We're just going to follow the rule. Cover them all up. It doesn't matter, right? If we're coming and we're blocking power, and you know, we wear wristbands, and all the kids' assignments are actually on their wristband. All right, but you should know basic stuff like power and counter. So I come to the kid, they line up. Center, what do you have on power? Man away, man on, coach. Guard, what do you have? Over the down. Tackle, what do you have? Over the down. Tight end, what do you have? Down. Okay? Now, how might that change? All right? Depending on what front we get. Our center gets to the line, we running power right. He's man away, man on. All right, so the first thing he's going to do is look, do I have a man away? Yes. Okay, then I'm going to block him. But then what if I have a man away and a man on? Okay, we have him make a cave call. Okay, what that's telling the guard is, hey, you got to take the nose because I got to block back. Okay, so he makes a cave. He's blocking back. He's blocking down. Now the tackle goes from man on over the down to on. Okay, so the kids have to actually memorize that rule. All right, so what that does is this. Let's say we have a bare front, a nose and double threes, right? Center gets to the line. I got a backside shade. I got a head up nose. Cave. I'm taking the back three. The guard's taking who? The nose. Now, the tackle, he's down to on. Do I have a down block? Okay. Yes, then I'm blocking the three. Okay. All right. Well, let's say he's a 4. Let's not say he's a 3. So I got a 3, a nose, and a 4. Okay. Now he's down to on. The tackle. Do I have a down? No. Then I can stay on. So what it does is we get to keep the double at the point of attack. Y'all get what I'm saying on that? So everything is just a rule that they have to know. Okay. All right. They have to understand helmet placement. Okay. If I'm inside of the post man, that's the man's butt we running up, and I'm over the down, my helmet's going to go through his outside hip. All right. If I'm the post blocker on a double team, then my helmet goes on his inside hip because the down blocker is going to take him over. All right. So they have to understand all of that. All right. So the thing that they have to know, if they, on the play side, you got essentially 2 kind of blocks on the line of scrimmage. You have what we call a sliding pop, because we never block the whole man. My helmet is either going to this hip or that hip. Okay. So you got to be able to slide and pop to both sides, and you got to be able to down block. Then the 2 blocks you're going to use, unless we run a trap and you release them to the second level. Okay, so those are the things we are working on now. So that is part of the how. Do you know how to execute your assignment? As far as the blocking technique, do you know how to execute a perfect slide and pop? Do you know how to execute perfect down block? So we go from the how to the what. What are you doing? Okay. What is your assignment? Do you understand your assignment? Okay. Once they get, now we can run a play. When I got to CJ, one of my assistant coaches said, man, we've been doing these workouts for a month and we ain't even ran a whole play yet with a team. Well, we ain't ready to. They don't understand the blocking assignments. They don't understand how to execute the block. They don't understand how we're going to run a play. Then they have to know what they. We're not going to just go out there and just run a play and you don't know what you're doing, because we got to get as close to perfect execution as possible. Well, let's just rock it. I'll show you guys a couple of fullback under center plays. Like I said, right now we are under center because of the fullback that we have. Next year, we'll more than likely be back in the gun because he would have graduated. Our quarterback is a really solid, tough kid. But as long as we have that fullback, so that's G. And I'm a little ashamed, but my running backs was like sophomores this year, so their level of faking ability was not what we want. That's draw. So you see the backfield action? Coach, you're old wing. He got his belly sweep, right? So if I'm gonna run belly sweep as a play, then I'm gonna obviously run G or ice. What you described up here is what we call ice. Center takes place side A, guard block number 1, tackle blocks number 2, tight end block number 3, play side wing fold, right? So that's what we call ice. So we can run ice or we can run G, but we're gonna show what coming behind it. Belly sweep. Right? So once again, we have plays that run off of plays. So now if we run this and we run our G, which that's what that was, G, and this is G off rocket, just a terrible fade. And you were saying like with the fullback, so we can run it in sniffer or we can run it in back, okay? If we run it in sniffer, it'll be open cross plant. Open cross plant, downhill. And then obviously if we run it from back, he's straight downhill. So we run a lot of trap, especially when we run a jet from sniffer, okay? If we run it from jet, he's just give, boom, get that hand in that jet. Running just trap right underneath. If we're running jet from sniffer, he's gonna still run his fullback track, right? Right? Just like the wing, just like the whole buck sweep thing, where we run, the fullback runs through the A gap, right? So if he runs through clean, guess what we coming back with off jet? Trap. You know, I had something in my notes, and like I said, guys, you can have all my stuff. This is a fraternity. Double wing is a fraternity. Ain't no damn secrets. I'm picking up nuggets here today. I'm just putting in stuff to take back with me. So my playbook and all that, y'all can have this. I have this. We play in an urban area. We play in probably the best Division III league in the state, the GCL North. You know, we got Alta, we got Bay, we got Kier, we got stud teams that are threatening the state championship. Okay, so our kids have to be coached. Let's go. But let me say this: when I was in the inner city, the Dayton inner city, I used to have a saying. We have the team Dunbar. Dunbar's traditional inner city school. They have the biggest tradition, the biggest alumni association, and everybody goes to Dunbar, so they go and get the dogs, the studs, right? My thing was, we are not going to out Dunbar. We can't run with Dunbar run and bleed them. But we would almost beat them every year because we would out execute them, okay? So the double wing to me is 80% execution. And then when you have good players to go with it, the sky is the absolute limit to what you can do. But we could go out and play teams that was a lot better than us and just beat them on the execution of the system and the plays, okay? And that's how I have coached, because I'm not a person that believes in, let me see who I can get to transfer to my school, and like, you know, that whole high school portal thing. Just play with what you got, okay? And that's what we have kind of been able to do, you know. And for anybody who doubts the double wing, okay? And I will say this about the double wing. Here's another difference. The gun and under center. Now, the gun is a little bit more pleasing to the eye from the naysayers. It just is, man. They in the gun. They don't give a damn if you running. You in the gun. I'm in the gun, okay? So it's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, I'm assuming. But I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm going to get fired for doing what I do. I don't care, because this offense changed us from being a basic inner city team to an utter literal powerhouse. It really did. It's not me. It was just the offense, and then perfecting it over the years, or trying to perfect it. Okay, so I'm actually trying to win the game. Okay. And as my coach back there said, I have a saying, why do you run this? Part of the reason is it's butthole proof. I want to use the A word, but people might not like that. It's butthole proof. All right? Meaning, if my quarterback goes down in the spread or some pro-style system, guess what? Your season is over. You're done. If it goes down in this, even though we have certain plays, the midline, we run a little outside here, we run this one. Listen, power, counter, trap, sweep, wedge, Trojan. As long as I can run them 5 series, power, counters, trap, sweep, wedge, all right? Our quarterback at Belmont, when I went to Belmont and took over 0-10 team, our quarterback was 125 pounds. He couldn't even fit in his jersey as a sophomore. We ended up going to the playoffs twice with him. But he was a card deal. He was a Las Vegas card deal. You ain't got to be that long as you can execute the scheme. Okay? All right? You know, so I'm a believer in it. Draw. So these are just some of our little plays. And let me know when it's my time. That's Wedge.
And coach, that fullback played the whole year with blood on his hand.
Yeah, he had a broken arm. So we couldn't really run like that. But am I multi-formational? No, I'm not gonna lie. I do jump into some unbalanced where we'll take the tight end, put him at receiver, and then run Trojan at you and see if you adjust to it. But I've never been a true multi-formational person. Do you know how they say, you hear this all the time? We run a whole lot of formations and a couple of plays, right? Theory, right? You hear that all the time. And then you have people that run one basic formation, but run a lot of plays. So that's me. I run a lot of different series. I don't care that you know how I'm lined up. I know how you lined up, right? Well, I know how you're lined up. You line up the same way. Okay, you're going to line up the same way. And if you attack me like this, I'm going to attack you like this because this runs off of this. So it's like Burger King. Have it your way. How you want it. You want to stack everybody in the box, we'll run rocket until you decide to bring people out. And then when you start getting nosy and running at something, whoop. Okay? All right? The only thing that stops us is execution, blown assignments, penalties. Okay? Arthur went to the state championship this year. We blew them out last year. Y'all ever heard alternates? Everybody heard of. Okay, this year they played us a lot better. We had the ball 3rd and 2 on their 15-yard line with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, and the score is tied, and the quarterback turned the wrong way on a belly play. We gave him the ball, and the quarterback put his cape on and brought out that S on his chest, drove the ball, and beat us with a last-second touchdown. They didn't beat us because we run a double wing. They beat us because the quarterback turned the wrong way. Just saying, right? Right? But we've beaten them 3 times in the double wing. 2 of the times when I was at Thurgood Marshall, they were the #1 team in the state. Once in the playoffs, once in the we beat them because of what we run. You know, so how much time do I got?
Couple minutes.
Okay. So I know we're gonna have copies of everybody's presentation because I want to really look at them and see what you guys are doing. Because like I said, I beg, borrow, and steal. Or if you got a concept that really works, that I feel I can fit into my system, you're more than welcome. Like I said, we're a fraternity. But a couple of things with the double wing, if I can give you anything from running it 1 billion times, just because I've never changed really. It's been double wing since 2005. I had hair the last time we ran something. I've been double wing. Double wing is blocking. If you don't block, you can't move the ball. Okay? All right? It's blocking assignments. The kids have to know their assignments like they know their name. And it's not that it's complicated, but they do have to know it. Okay? Blocking and faking from the backs, and obviously protecting the ball. Okay? I say the only thing that should look different from the first string to the third string is talent. The play should look exactly the same, regardless of who's running. Okay? All right? That allows you to plug and play. Okay? Once again, I feel that your most important play is however you decide to get the ball to the perimeter. Okay? This is how I came around the double wing. I used to be an old wishbone guy. Okay? I was midline veer in the bone. Where did I get the bone from? Alter. Why did I get it from Alter? Because they was killing everybody. And I'm running what they running. Okay, but what ended up happening to me in the bone when we was running true triple, my quarterback wouldn't pitch the ball. You know, they take the dot, they take the court, pitch the ball, wouldn't pitch the ball. So I started looking at more double wing type stuff. It just came across the double wing. This is back like in 04, 05. And what ended up happening is we put it in, we called it we had 2 plays, power and counter. We called it our 0 splits package. But every time we run it, couldn't nobody stop it. And so it just evolved to the point where we won a game one time against a team, Cincinnati Withrow, that had 8 Division I players in 2 years. 8 in 2 years, and we beat them twice. I said, I ain't never running nothing. I don't give a damn. Fire me. I don't care. No, that's all right. And I just been at it ever since, just picking and prodding and looking and adjusting and seeing. Okay. I would say this too, dive into your craft. Y'all ever Tim Murphy. Everybody heard of Tim Murphy, right? I own every Tim Murphy tape he ever created. Jason Minson, he just went from Michigan to Florida. Phenomenal source. Okay. Anybody heard of Wyatt? Obviously, all his material, right? So I try to take stuff and study it and look at how people do it and then say, okay, how does this fit me? Okay, well, I tried it this way. And just over the years, just kind of just keep twisting and pry with it. So you have to study it, okay? And one of the most important things with young coaches and getting them to understand, I'm going to say this again. You cannot coach offense if you don't know defense. not at a high level. And you can't coach defense if you don't know offense, right? Because technically you don't know what you're looking at. You have to understand what you're looking at in order to teach it. Did I understand? All right. There's a reason why we have our fullback's path on power is the inside hip of the tackle. There's a reason. What is the reason? What is the end taught to do when the tight end blocks down? Close, squeeze, take the out the gap. Well, if he's wider than the inside hip of the tackle, what's he gonna do? He's gonna run right past. This happened to me a million times, right? But I had to understand how is the defensive end supposed to play power to understand why is his track the inside hip of the tackle, knowing when the ball snaps, his hip is going to disappear because he's going forward or down, correct? All right. So if you get your kids and they run into the butt of the tight end, as soon as you play somebody who knows how to close off a down block, they're gonna kill your power because he's gonna get inside of the kick out. Right? Okay. When we talk about blocking people at the second level on power, regardless if we pull in the guard or we're pulling the guard and tight tackle or the guard and tight end, because I've done both. This year I'm going back home, guard tackle. Our guard has the play side backer. Our tackle has the backside backer. So your eyes should never come off him at the snap. Okay? We're running power. He's pulling. Our power steps, because we don't skip pull. I have skip pull before. We just open cross without turning our shoulders. That's the key to power. Do not turn your shoulders on a power. We turn them on Trojan because it's wider and longer. Don't turn them. Open cross plant play side backer. The tackle's pulling. As soon as he gets in the hole, he shouldn't be running up the hole. If he run up the hole, the backside back, I think somebody said something about worrying about backside run throughs. That's because the person responsible for the backside backer is turning up the hole and getting vertical. No, he crossover plant. Once he steps in the hole, he goes directly back to the backside backer right now. Okay, he has the backside backer. So if he's going to pull in the backside backer, let's say your center blocks back on the one technique, right? And that backside backer comes blowing through the backside B gap. That's the tackle's man anyway, right? Pick him up. Break your pull off. You have the backside backer. We got that? So it's them kind of literal details that the kids have to understand, because you see it all the time. Tackle pull, here he goes running up the hole. This ain't no escort service, man. You're supposed to be blocking somebody. So when we say pull and wall off, what that means is if I turn in the hole, there's either a man in the hole or there's not. If there's nobody in the hole, they're not coming from off the sideline. Wall off back to the inside, okay? Our backside guard has the same concept. If he has the play side backer, but he turns in the hole, there's no play side backer, he's gonna wall off. Our backside tackle is on an automatic wall off, right? What's the difference between power and counter? Now, the backside tackle, instead of having automatic wall off, he has the first backer in the hole. Okay, he's essentially replacing what the guard was doing on power, right? Because the guard's doing what on counter, kicking out, right? So now he has first backer in the hole. So that's just an example of what we're bringing to the kids that you have to understand, okay? Okay, all right? So last thing, I know I'm running my mouth. Every school I've been to, when we were running the double wing, and we came the next year after I left with Ian, 1 year they were out of the double wing. Got hit up out of it. Because if you don't understand the details of it, you can't run nothing like this. Right? Okay? So, we got to do we're going to make sure our backs do a much better job of faking this year. Here's another quick little thing about faking. We're faking the perimeter, right? Let's say you're the cornerback, right? And I'm running some kind of laser motion, rocket, or jet, right? But I'm running something up under. I'm running counter up under it. I'm running fullback what do you call it? I call it. You run a fullback base, right? Under your jet or rock. Once I fake here and grab here, eyeball the corner. Don't fake like this. You see you ain't got the ball. Eyeball him and turn toward him, looking right at him. That'll hold him. Okay? I can show y'all a multitude of plays where we don't carry out fakes, and the corner comes back and ends up making the tackle. They start off with, oh, you ain't got the ball, and they come right back inside and make the tackle. So faking, boom, 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 eyeball the man on the perimeter as you run through. That'll hold you. It'll tell me for a second, but you ain't got the ball. It's too late. We're gone. Okay?
Well, what will be the reason for you to call K?
If we got a backside shade and a nose, the center calls it. A backside shade and a nose.
I just saw that group just went up to be like they.
Yeah, so that's just a good thing. Kids understand this. A good fake is worth 3 blocks. You understand that. A good fake is worth 3 blocks. If I run a variation of rocket or laser and I'm faking, I should hold possibly the DN if he's not reading how to attack the close. I hold the DN, I hold the side linebacker, I hold the corner. If you run it too high, I hold that safe. Let's move my face. So the kids got to understand that. Take care of your brother. Be your brother's keeper. And then he'll be your keeper when it's time for you to carry the ball. Okay? All right? Block, fake, protect the damn football like your life, and then run and catch. All right? 3 of those are selfless. All right? All right? You get rewarded by carrying the ball for doing those 3 things. You got to block or you're not going to play. You got to fake, and you have to protect the ball. I think that's all I got, Coach.
Okay.
Double wing. All right, Coach. Get to talk
Great.
double wing football.
No, that's awesome. That's why we're here.
Get to jumping around.
It's all good. Okay, while we get this technology stuff situated, our next coach made the long drive from Michigan, just to speak. Coach Mensing's name had come up a few times. Well, Coach Avis, am I saying it right? Avis.
Car rental.
Worked with Coach Mensing and was on their state title team at Whiteford.
One's yours,
And is their OC, so he's calling all the plays
Yep,
now.
that one.
And
I
he's
can
going to
tell
talk
you
about play action
something.
stuff, and double things, give us something that we haven't really talked about yet.
Hey, am I good to close yours?
Yeah, that's fine.
That way we just don't have any.
I have a whole bunch.
Yeah, there ain't really. It's yours, right?
No,
no.
Ben's. His is the one that was yellow and black, that one.
Yeah, that one.
This is out. Okay.
And then yeah,
You want-
I can
You
log
want?
in the huddle.
Yeah.
Let's do it off mine.
Do you want to use the clicker, Coach?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yep. I'll get work.
All right. You pronounce my name. It's Adis. Just think when you're thinking of it, just think car rental. It's the easiest way to do it. You get those people from India. They're like, Avis? I'm like, no, it's car rental. It's cool. First time speaking. So if you guys got a question or something, just shoot it out to me. It's not a big deal. I go ahead and interrupt me. So, but that's my contact information. If you want to take it down, I'd be happy to meet with you guys or anything along those lines. Share it except for with you guys, which obviously looking forward to that game in week 9, week 10 for you guys. But I'm going to talk about Key Pass Series. But before I do that, I am going to talk a little bit about like what we are as individuals or as a program. So the best way to describe what we are, and also I am a man of Christ, but when I get up here talking about football, I'm not an angel, I'm not a saint. So if I offend you, I apologize in advance. The language might get a little iffy because I get fired up when we talk ball. Best thing that I can describe us as is a flex wing team, okay? So if you really want to know the nitty gritty of it, we took the double wing and my head coach, who's a longtime wing tee guy, and we kind of got him drunk one night. We threw him in the room together. Nature took a course. 9 months later, this beautiful bastard came out, and it's our offense. So it's like we block everything like a double wing team, but we have way too many wing tee principles to ever be truly called a double wing team. So we're a flex wing team. You can see we were in double tight about 20% of the time. We always had 2 wings. We got really formational. That's something I believe in. I know that's something Coach White doesn't believe in. That's something I believe because I want to get numbers. I want to get angles. I want to get better blocking. I want defenses thinking, geez, they've got 17, 18, 19, 20 different formations that I got to try to align to. I want defensive coaches either over-adjusting or under-adjusting, and then they have to play everything like very basic with a rule that as soon as I find the rule, then I can start taking advantage of it, okay? But we always have to have 2 wings. Our offense won't work if wings aren't there, okay? And we're in empty sets about 13% of the time. We didn't run gun last year. We had some in the past, but we didn't last year. We were all under center. And then obviously the mentality, mindset based. Everybody's talked about that, but be a lion, not a lamb is what I'm saying. All those spread schools had a lot of well-to-do areas around us, but we are the gray collar, like a lot of our families own plumbing businesses or farm or ag science, things like that. So we kind of make fun of the guys that like to put the arm sleeves on and have the cool style. We're like, yeah, real sweet. But when you get punched in the mouth, what happens? You run away. So this is what we have to do. First one, it's in bold. Defensive-minded head coach. You think the offensive coordinator's like, anytime we turn the ball over, it's pretty on the headset. It's our coach, right? We win the battle of the line, scrimmage, vertical push. That third bullet point, vertical push, that is huge for us. That is huge for us. We, too, do not use the term log. And every once in a while, we get a new coach in. He's like, oh, they just got to log them. I'm like, do not ever say that word again. I hate the word log. We wrap and we get vertical push. All right, because vertical push fixes everything. As you guys know, if you're still new in this, you're still learning this, understand the power of vertical push. Vertical push will make up for a lot of the mistakes that you'll miss. Like you get a missed assignment here, you get a missed assignment there. You can still get a good play, 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards, if you're getting vertical push. So that third bullet point is must. It is an absolute must if you're going to run any kind of power-based offense. All right, play with outstanding pad level, and then, like I said, we're gonna use some shifting. We're going to use formations. All right, but we want to feature a passing attack that's based off run-action concepts. Again, we're trying to bind defenders, in particular, a lot of times overhang defenders. But we want to bind those defenders. We want to make them make a choice right now and then take advantage of it. All right, we want to manipulate them. We want to move, figure out where their eyes are at, and then get them to get manipulated. So again, I'm going to talk about our Key Pass series. We run 3 versions of Key Pass. Somebody called it Power Pass earlier. All right, we won 3 versions of it. 2 are off G action, 1's off power action. G's a big play for us, almost 100 reps of it. So we have 2 of them that goes off G action. 1 of them to a 2-man surface, 1 of them to a 3-man surface. All right, that's something we do a lot of. Our ex-receiver last year, special kid. So we did some more. That's why we were only double tight 20% of the time, because we had a kid that we could do some things. Much like Coach Winslow, we had some kids that could do some different things. So we did some different things with them. Next year, I think we're going to condense on a little bit because we're graduating a very, very talented senior group. As their 3 years and many of them 4 years on varsity, they were a part of 3 regional titles, state champion appearances. Like they were a group that you don't see very often come through. Because of that, I think we're going to go a little more back to mama, as they say. We're going to be a little more double tight. I'm guessing that goes up to about 50-60% next year. But with that being said, the first one that I'll talk about is Charlotte. Yeah, we talked about that. Don't worry about the names and stuff like that. I'm sure you guys all have your own. All right, so Charlotte is 3-man. That's a 3-man. That's to our 3-man surface, okay? We run it when we see those tight overhangs. You're running G, you're running G keep. You're running G, you're running G keep. And you've got those safeties screaming down. You've got those overhangs that are knifing in. All right, Charlotte's a great way to answer that, okay? It's a flood. It's a flood concept. We run it to the 3-man surface. We do it with G action, okay? We read a 45 to bubble. I'll talk about that. I'll bring up the huddle here in just a minute where you can see a drawing of it. Okay, the escape route's the 3rd option. If you got a quarterback that can run, you definitely want to teach him where the escape route is. All right, and then the tags. I'm big with tags. Because I'm formational, it drives some of our coaches nuts, but because I'm formational, like I'll go in there and one of our calls, red tight wide, laser, Philly stick, X skinny, R fade, all right? Everybody is always like, oh, Mr. Gruden over there, right? And I'm like, look, just learn our language. That allows me to be multiple without having to add all these different formations. Like just learn a tag. And our ex-receiver, who was pretty special, figured it out. He was like, all right, what word do I have to know to do that? Well, you know what this means, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, then this means you do this. Sweet. He doesn't have to do all the other stuff. Offensive linemen have to know one thing. They got no Philly out of that. I don't know. That's how I do it. I know it's a lot different, and I know a lot of our coaches kind of get a little frustrated about that sometimes, but our kids remember it. All right. Special ed teacher, me, I tag them. I'm a special ed teacher. I love my hard ed GI boys because we go to the room in the end of the hallway and we get it done. But the tag thing is huge for me. All right. And that's the other thing. If you're a young coach or a coach at all, like, oh, the kid just can't learn it. Hey, no, bullshit. Teach him. If you got to tag him, tag him. I've yelled it at kids. He's back out there in the field. I'm like, hey, remember this special one? And they're like, oh, yeah. All right, boom. Then they do it. If I don't tag that, what happens? They don't do it, and it's a shit play. Get over yourself. Find a way to make the kid remember it. So I'm huge on the tags. All right. This is the play. We do it with laser. So that's our rocket action. We do quite a bit of rocket as well. We've had some speed. We've been blessed with some speed. We do a lot of rocket. The rocket helps because it truly helps pull that overhang to it, and it really opens up your 45. So Charlotte is the play. The X and the Y, no. I hear Charlotte, I do a corner. The rest of it doesn't matter. I don't care what anything else says. I hear this. I don't care any other tag unless I'm the one getting tagged. Doesn't matter. I hear Charlotte, I do this. So we run it with laser action, offensive line blocks on the down. These back two have to fan pretty hard. Those back two guys got to fan pretty hard. That helps set up the escape route. That'll show you on film here in just a minute, okay? We get G action off this. So our quarterback he gets all the way around off it. So he's here, he seats it, and it's here with a mesh. We don't get the best mesh sometimes off it, but really with the rocket action, with the G really helps it. This kid gets an outside release. You can always outside release this. We always want to outside release this. All right? Why do you think we want to outside release this? Yeah, it pulls the D end out, right? It's just like Coach White talked about. He arcs, right? If we outside release on the end, I'm outside releasing. We got laser action behind it. We're bringing rocket motion. That D end's immediately thinking it's rocket. All right, manipulate these guys by doing that stuff. Same thing here with our wing. He's here, and it's boom. We got rocket action coming behind it. You see the wing do this with a hard reach. What's the overhang thing? It's rocket. He's going to start running to it. Okay, and that helps set that up for us. All right, quarterback, like I said, finish off. We get a mesh, and then he just kind of quarter rolls. He doesn't fully roll out. He wants to set up right about where the tight end vacates. Okay.
Coach, before you go to the film, what do you think breakdown of completions are? Is it out, corner, wheel, or is it what's your progression, and who do you complete the pass to most? The out?
Very good question, Coach. So it's not really an out. We call the 45. You'll see this young man was a 4-year varsity player that's going to catch this here. The read is 45 to bubble. We call it a bubble. If I tag it, again, tag. Saw the tag, sneak a peek. Sneak a peek means I want you to check the deep route. It means we got a safety that's swimming down in the box, or they start spinning safeties, right, with the laser action, and we can take advantage of it deep. All right, most of the time, especially with the kid we had there, our tight end, not the one standing up, but our Y that's on the right-hand side, he's actually going to Hillsdale College. So a lot of people were kind of locked onto him. So we didn't sneak a peek too often this year, but in years past, that's been pretty big for us. But as you can see, we're going to run some film here. His initial read is this 45 route, just wants to arc a little bit, get this linebacker running here, get this guy to think, this overhang here, he's got to think it's rocket. Use your eyes, use your action to manipulate and move him, and that'll get you open. If you want to be a lazy shit and get into your route, then you're not going to get open because you're not going to sell the guy. All right, you got to sell the guy if you want the ball. You want to catch it, you want to be open, you got to sell the guy. So this is just initial. You can see we don't get the best mesh there. Now, granted, this is this quarterback. This last year we had a player of the year in the state. He was phenomenal. This young man's a 14-year-old freshman. So this is his second varsity game. He takes some time. We don't quite get the mesh I want here, but the manipulation comes when this overhang sees this action, and we get up. You can already see he's arc stepping here, and that pops it wide open. And you can see we're trying here, offensive line. I know back there, our tackle, our backside tackle here, who I really like. He's a nice young man. We had to hide him sometimes. We've all had that kid that you got to hide sometimes. He should be doing a better job of trying to run this guy upfield. Our guard actually takes that over, and you can see him trying to turn and run this guy upfield. That's what we want those backside guys to do. So in this case, our left tackle, left guard. All right, they're here, right? And we want to give some run action first. Otherwise, you're not going to sell it too much. But we also say the integrity has to be, you've got to make sure that this guy doesn't beat you tight. He's got to run upfield. So you're here, and then it's run upfield, and then we literally say run him to the goal line. Just run your feet and run, run, run. And you can see our backside guard here does a pretty good job of that. Okay, here's one. This is the throwback tag. So we get a corner that's a little lazy, right? You kind of, and again, I know a lot of people will say you don't want to run that throwback. You don't want to run that guy on a route. I disagree. I want to show the exact same thing every time. And as soon as I see you get lazy, boom, you're done. So we've run some rocket. We've got this guy pulling. This guy immediately starts getting in beast mode. And by the time he sees it, it's too late. Special young man there. That's why we did some different things with him. He's getting some D2 looks, NAIA looks, but he's probably going to end up being a decathlete back. All right, so I had to go back on this one. Our freshman, go figure, isn't quite the runner that we'd like him to be at this point. He'll get that confidence. This is from last year. This is the escape route that I'm talking about. You're going to see, and like I said, you got a good quarterback. You got an athletic quarterback. Teach him this because this is dangerous. You'll see our left tackle here and our left guard here do a good job. The left tackle, honestly, he starts to block this guy, and this guy kind of just plays it soft, so he ends up getting in the way. The left guard does a great job of running this guy upfield, and you can see that when the 45, the bubble's not there, third option's to take off. And you can see the senior does a little better job here of getting that mesh like he should. Not there, go. Yeah, I mean, he played quarterback for us. He went to Hillsdale College, ended up being a receiver for them. Didn't play much the first 3 games, and then ended up being their leading receiver. Like, he's a special athlete. We don't get them too often. All right, so 3 verts. Let me get out of this. 3 verts is another tag we have. Again, same action. So it's still the split. So the offensive line play doesn't change off this. So 3 verts is a tag that we use. Obviously, it's just a 3 vertical route. Okay, the difference is, again, Charlotte, X and Y, you hear Charlotte, you do a corner, okay? We use the 3 vert tag when we get 2 high safeties or we get a very good tight end, a good Y, that a single high safety loves to lock onto. And they run right out of there. Now I see quarterback coach up there. The middle hole, is that an easy one to hit? No, it's not. So this is a tag that's dangerous if you've got a quarterback that can do it. All right, this year we didn't have a quarterback that could do it. Our 14-year-old freshman wasn't ready for that. So we weren't able to do that. In fact, one of the clips I got on there, it's wide open and he misses it. And it's not his fault. It's my fault for putting him in that spot. All right? But you get those spot dropping teams that just love to, run to the spot, and then I sit. Right? You get those spot dropping teams, it's a great way to attack the middle hole. Or if you get a 2-high team that loves to play cover 2 and run those safeties out of there, again, this is a great way to attack the middle hole. Now, the only difference is, nothing else changes off it, is he does his arc, Y clears, boom, attack the middle hole underneath it. All right. The read just becomes middle hole to bubble. So it's still the same 2 guys that the quarterback will be looking at. But instead of the 45 route or out, whatever you want to call it, mid route, he's just looking for the vertical route off it. And again, this is our senior from a couple years from last year, because our freshman wasn't ready for it. Great way to hit a hole when you get the inside back biting or running out the spots. Here's an example of what happens when it's against Ottawa Hills. They wanted to bring a lot of pressure off that. 3 vertical route, gets caught up. If it's easy, take it. Keep taking it till it's not easy. All right. And here's our freshman. God bless him. He's going to be special. This is, again, it's a single high team. All right. Sometimes you'll get some coaches that say, hey, we don't throw 3 verts against single high teams. I do. If I know they're going to move, if I know I can manipulate it, absolutely. All right. I mean, as a play caller, that's the number one thing I look for is how can I manipulate this guy? Where is I? How can I move him? How can I manipulate him? And like I said, it's just he'll get there, just not ready yet. All right, so that's Charlotte and the 2. That's Charlotte and the tag we run off it. All right. Georgia pass. All right. We call this Georgia pass just because that's what we call G. All right. That's to the 2-man action. All right. We run it again. We get that 2-man surface and we get that hard squeeze. That end wants to squeeze. It's hard for us to run G. All right. And then we get safety screaming down. We get overhang screaming down. That's the number one time we want to run any kind of keep pass. Number one time is if we get those safeties and the overhangs just screaming down so we can't run keep off it. Like I said, we ran about 100 G keeps, that variation. Okay. Huge play for us, especially because we usually like to put really good athlete quarterback. If your quarterback can run, which if you're running our offense, it should. All right. This is a great way to counteract teams that do that. So it's a comeback and a bait, and I'll show you what it looks like here in just a minute. O-line play. How many of you guys run naked? How many of you guys run a version of naked? Yeah, I see a couple guys in the back. Killer. You want to talk key breakers? Put naked in. If you want a key breaker, if you want guys starting to look, coach, he pulled and I did what you told me to. Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Find a way to break their keys, and then they slow down. Then they start doubting. And when they're slow and they're doubting, that's when you got them. All right? Georgia pass is very similar to it. All right? My instruction for naked is very simple. Run the run play. Offensive line, whatever you do on the run play that I tag with it, do the run play. Just don't go downfield. That's the same thing with Georgia pass here. Tell them, run the run play, but don't go downfield. Now, the guys on the 3-man surface, whether it be right or left, in our Y, they do have to fan a little bit. So, again, we have to really teach them hard here and then work your way back to this way. All right? This one is kind of a straight rollout. All right? The quarterback's third option is to run, and it's running on the same side. It's not on the backside escape route. And then, again, if you got a special kid that can play some receiver, like ours was, like I was blessed to coach, this is a great way to get him isolated against a corner that might not be very good. You get those guys that play field boundary or those guys that play left-right, and they don't follow him with a certain kid, it's a great way to isolate your best receiver against probably their worst DB. Awesome way to do it, and then you can also do it with different tags. So this is what Georgia pass looks like. Okay, this is our 2-step motion, which we call Liz. Okay, guard still gives that G action, but he's blocking it like G keep. All right, he's looking to wrap, vertical push, just don't go downfield. Hard down off our play side tackle here. Center's blocking play side A. Fullback's helping him out with that. Instruction fullback, take fake, get in a gap, find some more. All right, if you get tackled, that's a good thing. Ensure that you're tackled. That's your work to find. And then, like I said, hard downs here. The Y's got a key block. We were playing around with trying to drag him and maybe finding the hole, finding a little hole there, or maybe even running like a skinny post. But we couldn't. It's just the backside's too much for it. You got to keep the Y in on this one. All right, let's talk about the routes here. Comeback. Just press it. I mean, everybody knows how to run a comeback. I don't think I need to explain that one. We call this one a bait route. Okay, this is a bait route. All that our bait route is it's I've heard it called a hole route as well. Okay, but we're baiting people to be a certain place. So again, he wants to arc it like it's G keep, like I'm gonna arc around that down. Okay, and then as soon as I can feel this guy coming, now I'm just gonna bait out here and I'm finding the hole. I'm finding some blank area. I'm finding whatever action's there, wherever there's some green, I'm gonna go find it. I gotta find that. And again, our first read off this, we want to come back to bait. Quarterback gets a good mesh, and then he's straight rolling, motion back, just like on G, just like our normal G play or G keep. He's getting downhill. He wants to seal off the overhang. Yep. All right, so this is Georgia pass. Helps that this corner falls down here, but we get a nice comeback. I mean, it's, again, we're going to isolate. We're going to isolate our good kid and your bad kid. This is a great way to not only counteract how they're going to play us on the run, but it's a great way for us to get the ball into our receivers' hands against probably their worst DB. Hence the reason the kid fell down when he was trying to jam it. Here's a better view of it. And again, I'd like a better fake out of Hunter. Hunter's our wing here. I'd like a better fake here, a little better arc. All right, but he pulls people down to him. This is tough for the guard when they've got three guys on this man's surface. This is tough. All right, and quarterback, hey, man up. You signed up to play the position, throw the ball, take a hit, get up and be like, look what just happened. 26-yard gain. But again, he's just looking to find that green. Find the green, find the green, find the green. So that's all this bait route is about finding the green. Okay, and like I said, we can tag it. Here's another one. So here's their safety. Their safety is actually going to be the kid that comes down and applies pressure. So I see quarterback coach up there like, oh, great. Yeah, exactly. Our little freshman here takes a hit, but he delivers the ball like he should. And that, again, fine. Play us in your amoeba defense. I don't care. Like, you want to look like that? Look like that. You're going to end up sad. All right. So here's another one. So again, we can tag it. So this would be for us blue Liz, Georgia pass, and then X fades the tag. So we saw that this kid was playing a lot of inside leverage, right? And he was kind of lazy. All right, now, quarterback coach, close your eyes here because he really takes a shot here. We barely get this one off. But again, this is just options that you have, tags that you can use in order to get your kids the ball. He makes a great play. We identify the kid on film. We want to attack three. He's lazy. He's soft. We're going to find a way to get our kid the ball. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's like I said, kid was special. All right. Pittsburgh mesh. Don't overthink the verbiage again. How many people run mesh, by the way? Yeah, I see a few hands up. What's your guys' completion percentage on it?
I would guess over 70%.
Really? Really? Because I can't get it to work. It's like you should think it'd be great in our offense with all these crossing routes and everything. Can't get it to work. Nobody pops. All right. You know what's great about mesh, though? Everybody runs out. What's your quarterback do? That's right. That's right. So if you got a good athletic quarterback, run mesh. If you got one that's a thrower, not a runner, don't run mesh. But the point I'm making is that we call mesh because that's what our X and Y do. They mesh. Okay. Pittsburgh is just our run call here. Okay, again, why we run it? Same thing. Now this one's off our power action. Okay, it's always to a 3-man surface, and it's out of power action. You get those DNs that refuse to be spilled. Right, you get those overhangs that are crashing D gap. You're spinning those safeties down. You get those guys working so hard down. All right, or you get those safeties that are like, oh, there's my tight end. Let me just sit here. It's kind of what Coach White talked about. I was a D coordinator before I was an offensive coordinator. Helps me out so much because all I do is watch film over and over and over. What's he looking at? What's he looking at? What's he looking at? What's he looking at? How can I get this guy's eyes to be wrong? And how can I take advantage of that? If you get those safeties that are sitting there that just want to look at your tight ends, sweet, look at my tight end. He's going to go down, all right? I mean, it's a shallow is what we'll eventually get to. But when he goes down or he runs even this, what's that safety think right now? That's right. I got to get up in the box. Here comes power for the 187th time this year. All right, they're running it again. Okay, we can tag a throwback with it. Offensive line slides away. So if it's Pittsburgh mesh to the right, they're all going to slide to the left. Looks like a massive down block. It literally is. Boom, everybody down blocks hard. So again, we're pulling linebackers up. We want to make that mimic. We want that pass action to mimic the run action as much as we possibly can. All right? As much as we possibly can. Fullback chips before he releases. Motion back ends up being the extra hat. And that's what it looks like. Okay, our two-step motion. Our two-step motion, we do hand-off power. Just so when we look at it, we hand off power, but our two-step motion, like Coach said, we got to keep the shoulders square. It's drop, cross. I'm downhill right now. Okay, and yes, Coach, you're right. If you motion it, you give up A-gap. Okay, our timing-wise, we're pretty good. We're right around 1.2, 1.3 from snap to line of scrimmage. But we had to give up A-gap to do it. So our power usually hits B or C gap. I'd like it to hit A gap, but you're right, Coach. We can't see it. Part of it, too, with our fullback being a little bit deeper, like we don't have a sniffer. Our sweet spot's 3.5. His toe's at 3.5. We can't pitch it because of that. Gets in the way. We have to hand it off, and it causes a few. It caused a few issues before we started handing it off. His read on this is what I call DTS. It's a deep to short. You flip it the other way, the kid all that, but they all remember it. Yeah, exactly. Some people get, STD read. The freshmen are like, what's one of those? You get it. Don't worry. All right. So again, this is the kid we want to manipulate. He's reading deep to short, deep to short. This fullback in the flats, earmuffs for a minute, guys. They don't even have to cover him because 90% of the time he doesn't get out. Why? Because everybody's attacking him. All right, cool. Everybody's attacking him. Everybody's running to him, right? So when he does get out, it's a day late, it's $1 short. But this is what we want. So I'm a slow-mo. So here we go with our motion, right? And I'll just play it through the first time, and then we'll slow-mo talk it through. Okay, right there. It's done. He's looking at the tight end. he sees the tight end. Our tackle needs to do a better job of not pass setting here and giving a down as well. But if his eyes are on the tight end, that shallow looks an awfully lot like a down block for the first 3 steps. He's done. No offense, kid, but you're not right there. He's done. That's all we got. He can't do it. He can't cover. That's the wing. That's the wing on a corner. The X or a backside tight end or wide, just depending on the way we do it. He's got the drag. All right. This one for you power teams that love power. This one's a killer. Good. Coach, you got a question?
No. I was just looking at I didn't see it. The tight end underneath that came up underneath. You said that was a drag.
Yep, that's the tight end that comes underneath. The other wing's in motion. He ends up becoming the edge blocker. All right. Third option on this is quarterback usually runs it, but I mean you can see there Trey, who's our freshman. He quarter rolled it because his eyes got around. His eyes are right to it. Yes. Yeah. It's any kind of keep pass is going to be a 3-level flood. But like I said, you can see it here. Like our fullback, he's trying to get out. But everybody just runs to him.
Your play starts I did always be underneath on the mesh then?
Yep.
Yep.
We have a 5-man pro, which we call Philly. We have a 6-man pro, which we call Detroit. All right. And it's, Philly right, Philly left. Detroit right, Detroit left. If you're on the right, you're the under guy in your mesh. If you're on the left, you're the over guy. When we teach it, we initially teach it like not really 7-on-7s, but all those camps and stuff. We tell them, I know a lot of people will say slap hands. I don't like that because I want that hello scraping the DN's heels and I want the drag finding the sweet spot. They start slapping hands. Now he's getting too deep and he's getting too shallow and they can't find that sweet spot. So, and then earmuffs again, Luke, guys. 2-point plays, goal line plays, works great. Why? Because everybody's so condensed. Everybody's like, all right, it's a 2-point play or it's second and goal from the 2. Yeah, we're going to run some power, right? Because that's what we do. We're double wing guys. We run OTP right up people's 2 holes, and it's great, right? This is a great one to sneak in around the goal line. Everybody's so tight, just get down, and your kid can just get to the back pylon, and it's great. It's another one. It's a deep view of it, but you can see the corner here. You just gotta put the touch on it to float it right over. And then here's one where we hit the drag because they finally got smart and covered that. And you hit the drag. So that's your check down off it.
Because earlier you said you had a tag for the throwback that was kind of your dude for a little while.
Yep.
Have you throw back the other mesh route?
Yep. We throw back the place that guy doing the shallow. Which, if you want to see what that looks like, it's right here. Again, it's good if you got guys that wanna roll hard to motion. See, they're going over. It's nice too when they blitz the backside guy. All right, so on Charlotte, we were 2 for 4 with 1 pick. Our freshman threw the pick. Go figure. The overhang got smart that time, saw the release, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's open again." No, it's not. It's I see quarterback. Yeah, they all make it once, and then they never make it again, do they? So he had a pick on that. But we went 2 for 4 with a pick on that. The other one was a drop. The George pass was a good one for us. That was the 2-man surface. We went, hold on, I got it right here. Yeah, we went 9 for 14 off that with a couple touchdowns. And then the last one, the Pittsburgh mesh, so the power one, that was huge play for us as well. That one was 10 for 13, one drop. Yeah. What I'm looking for again, I'm looking, are they screaming down? What are they looking at? Like we got the iPads, you know, you guys use Huddle Sideline. I'm up in the box actually. And I'm just sitting there like, what are they looking at? What are they looking at? What are they looking at? I watch hours and hours and hours of film and prep, and I'll show you. And you know, every girlfriend I've ever had quite understands it, but I sit here and do this, and I'm like, you know, and I'll watch this over and over and over. I'll watch the same play, just clip it, clip it, clip it. I just want to watch that, that quarter second before, quarter second after. I'm watching this linebacker. I'm watching that linebacker. I'm watching this corner. I'm watching that safety. I want to see what's he do? What's his guard do? He does this. That guy does this. Or, you know, all I want to see is their first step. That's all I want to see. All right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're not, you got to feed your horses. It's the point of having a horse if you don't feed it, right? There's definitely kids that, like number 4 was Hunter. He was a varsity kid, but he really didn't play much offense until he was a junior because he played DB. He was more of a receiver, right? He had a little rebel outlaw to him, right? So I knew that I had to challenge him almost every single day about his blocking, all right? But he was a better receiver. Jake was our left wing, and Jake was a 4-year starter linebacker as well. He's a hammerhead. If we ran the eye, he's your prototypical eye back. He just wants to slam in and run power. Yeah, we had some guys go both ways. I mean, we got 250 kids in our school. Like our senior group of boys is an anomaly. We usually don't get what we had. That's hence the reason we're playing you guys. Everybody, it's like, no, we don't want to play you guys. It's like, no, I don't think you understand what we have coming back. It's not what we've been. But yeah, that's that. And what I'm looking for in a game, again, it's just how are they playing us? How are their overhangs playing us? What's their safety looking at? What's the overhang looking at? How's the DN playing us? Right? Let's see, like, you know, we talk about, I heard Coach White talk about full flow plays and split flow plays, right? That's huge for us. That's huge. Inside back, are you guard readers or are you fullback readers? That lets me know, am I going to be more of a full flow team this week, more of a split flow team this week? It's just I don't know. That's just me as a play caller. Yes, execution matters because if you don't know how to block, you don't know how to tackle, you ain't going to win games. But as a play caller, that's the things that I look for. That's what I want to know. Where are their eyes? How can I manipulate that? How can I have enough in my package to make it multiple enough and have enough variation to it where I can manipulate guys and I can get guys out of position without having so much in that our guys can't remember it. I don't know. Any other questions?
What's your run to pass ratio?
Most games, in a perfect world, we run about 50 to 60 plays a game. And it's about efficiency. I would say 7 to 10, 11 for about 100, 120 touchdown or two. When we want to run the ball, we want to establish off tackle power. We're a huge rocket team as well because we do have some speed. So we roll, but off tackle power is where we live. Whether it's buck or power, it's one of those two. We don't run jet, we run rocket, and then we have trap. And like I said, G's a huge play for us. And of course, everybody loves a little wedge, right? You can't run this without running wedge. Okay, but in a perfect world, we're throwing it 10 to 12 times. We're complete 7 to 8 of them for anywhere from 100 to 120 and a couple touchdowns. We don't turn the ball over though. I mean, when we take shots, we got to hit them because we can't play behind the sticks. And when we take shots, last couple of years we've hit them because we've had some special kids at quarterback and good groups of receivers, things like that. Ugly game this year. If you guys want to watch that one, you want us to watch take a lot of shots and not hit them, watch that one. That was our title game this year where we got trounced pretty good. They were a lot better than us, especially up front. Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
All right, so as you guys can tell, we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants here most of the time. That's kind of how I roll. So our next speaker, Coach Wilson, he's actually from New Jersey. He's going to make a trip down, and things happen where he couldn't make it. So we're going to try and do a Google Meet with him. We really want to still good. I don't know how this is going to go. I've never done it in a setting like this in here. So we'll try to get him going. If any of you guys have any questions for me or anybody else, go ahead and throw them out while we try to get this set up.
I'll let you open up your thing and then I'll try to stream it. If not, then I'll just shut down. Oh, no, you're logged in with me.
Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop streaming. Make sure I'm logged out.
It's all right, let me
That's the only way this is gonna work. Get to that. Let me stop it. Yeah,
switch account.
Maybe.
Okay.
There we go.
Coach, can you hear me? Is my microphone on?
No, how do I? Right now. Coach, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Give me 1 second. We'll attempt it. Worst case. Here's Coach.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
All right, Coach, it's on you. You need anything, let me know.
All right. Do you see my PowerPoint up? Is that
Yep.
that showing?
Yep.
Are you
Program
ready?
building in the double wing.
All right. Perfect. I'm just making sure. You never know with technology. So thank you. All right. Thanks, guys. Hey, I appreciate giving me a chance to speak over Zoom because my travel plans got messed up. I was planning on coming out from New Jersey. Was looking forward to this. So hopefully we continue to do this in the future. I'll be able to do this in person. But I just want to talk about my history with the double wing and program building at where we're at right now. Here's my contact information, X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Wilson2882. Email me. Anything you need, I'll email this slideshow to anybody who wants it. Wilson2882@yahoo.com. And there's my cell. If you got questions, text me. I'm an open book, guys. I've been coaching for 20 years, and it's all about paying it forward. I don't hide anything. Whatever I have, offense, defense, program stuff, whatever you guys need, please reach out. We all borrow stuff from each other all the time. So that's what I love about coaching, teaching, and all those things. So I just want to go through our history here at Arthur P. Shallock High School in Salem County, New Jersey. As you can see there. Something that I stole from Kenny Simpson. If everybody follows him, the shotgun wing tee guy, gun tee offense. I went to one of his clinics recently, and we always talk about culture. And he put a quote up there that says, "Remember, you get your most talented people to buy into your culture by using scheme." And that made me really think about the double wing and what we did at Shallock with our culture, and how running the double wing brought us that culture and helped us turn around a program that was, as you'll see in a minute, was kind of down and out on its luck over its history, had a few good years here and there, and we'll go through that stuff. But I think Coach Simpson nails it, that you need your most talented people to buy in your culture by using your scheme. So I think you need the dudes, guys. You need the players. You need your culture, and I think scheme plays a part into it. But if you're going to talk about culture and program building, they all go together. So one of my assistants also had a Zoom call, so Coach Amart might chime in once in a while here. Frank's been with me for a long time, so he wanted to be a part of this as well. I think this picture here just sums up us following the guards, running superpower. Just let everybody know we were and still are a Hugh Wyatt double wing team. So I've been running Hugh Wyatt system for 20 years in different stops. This past year, we used his open wing system, still double wing at heart, but we were blessed with an athletic quarterback. So we went a little bit more open wing, but we're definitely a Hugh Wyatt double wing team. We used his terminology, his formations for the most part, and things that we've done differently. Just background, being a New Jersey guy and stuff like that. And we're Southern New Jersey. So if you look at the map up here, you got Philadelphia. We're right now in this area right here, where it's Pittsburgh, right down here. We're literally middle of nowhere. This is what people don't realize New Jersey is. This is all farmland. It's rural country. We got a place out called Cowtown. There's rodeos in New Jersey. And the school was built in 1976. First varsity season was 1977. We're a small school. We got 565 kids, and it's about a 50-50 split male and female. We are blessed with a choice and academy program. All that means is there's opportunities for kids outside our district to come into school. But we're still the smallest classification in New Jersey. There's five classifications in New Jersey. We're the smallest. And no bones about it. If you look up Shallock High School, soccer central. There, you got to see the tournaments they have at this point. Every kid plays soccer, and it's a track school. All right, we have more track coaches in our building than we do football coaches. So that just puts that in perspective right there. Economically, we're right in the middle. We're not poor. We're not rich. Salem County's income's like 67, Pittsburgh 76, New Jersey's 97,000 minimum income. We only have 143 students who qualify for a reduced lunch. So we have our kids, we have our at-risk kids, but we're a little bit more on medium of the road when it comes to economics and stuff like that. So we're farmland, but we're more the as one of my assistants will say, we're the yuppie farmers and stuff, like our farmettes, big houses. Mike Trout's brother-in-law is building a house in the area, so like that type of stuff. This is Shallock football in a nutshell, guys. For the first 20, whatever that is, they won 50 games, lost 147. Between 77 and 88, we call it the lost decade. They won 11 games. That's it. They actually had to play a JV schedule in 89. They went independent in 90. So the first 20 years of Shallock football was not good. Not good. I mean, 50, only 4 winning seasons, no playoff appearances, no division championships, many winless seasons. Not good. Not good at all. Basically a laughing stock of Group 1 football. Before we got there in 2019, not bad. 2 South Jersey titles, 6 division titles, 120 wins, 85 losses. So not bad. The problem is 2019, things started falling off there. So when we walked into 2020, hired in the middle of COVID, so that didn't make anything better. I had my first meeting on Zoom, ironically, and we had 16 kids show up. We might have stood up 22 to 22 players per game that year. We went 0-7. It was probably the worst year I've had in football coaching as assistant or head coach. 5 or 7 games were mercy ruled by literally before halftime, first and second quarter. So it was rough. COVID taking over a program that was declining, and it was a perfect storm. Now, fast forward to 2021, our first real season, we got our numbers up to 40. We went 4-5. We started 8 freshmen that year, 8, and only graduated a handful of seniors who did not play. 2021 is the year that we went back to the double wing, and I will explain why we didn't start with the double wing right off the bat. We had some bad experiences with it our first stop around, and I'll explain that. 2022, we have 55 players in the program. We have a great senior class, 9 of them who started sophomores back in 2020. We started playing freshman football, so now we play 3 levels of football at Shout. We have a freshman team, a JV team, and a varsity team. We went 7-3, made the playoffs, and got smoked in the first round. But we got there. That was the goal. Last year, we have 65 players in the program. We went 11-1, and we lost in this Central Jersey sectional final. So New Jersey has sectional, region, and state. So we got there, and we got there with juniors. We only graduated 4 seniors last year, and they only really played 1. The other 3 were great kids. This year, we're expecting 61 kids returning, probably 15 to 20 freshmen. So we're going to have 80 kids in the program. So my point is, from 16 to 2020 to we're going to have 85 football players next year and a school of 565. How did we do that? You got to understand, though, like where we're at, the program when we got there consisted of an AD who didn't like football, no off-season program. Program started mid-August, end of season, no weight room, no summer workouts. It was a second thought around. So we walked in with a completely different mindset, and we just tipped everything upside down. We just completely reset the expectation level and made football important. And that's the biggest thing that we did there was we made football important, and that was use of social media and other things that we're going to talk about today. When you get to a football game at Shallock in our first 2 years there, you look like they even have football. They did the national anthem before the football team was even on the field. There's no student section. Never a logo on the 50-yard line. Literally, 45 years of football, no logo until we got there. Pre-game music, we weren't allowed to play any. The band got to play. And the band was doing a concert. The band was not there for us. 0 expectations. I literally had the school doctor the first year pat me up and said, "Hey, coach, it's okay. Shallock isn't supposed to win." I was like, "What?" Like, so we had no expectations. Like, we could have coached there. Nobody would have cared what we did. But we leveled up our expectation level, what we did there. I'm going to say this flat out. The reason we changed the program is we invested in the weight room, and the weight room is non-negotiable at Shallock. Our kids lift, they have to lift. And I literally was on Twitter today, and this was actually posted today, so I thought it was ironic. We're a small school, so the weight room's a bonus. Our kids play 2 and 3 sports. But it sets us apart from the other small schools that we play. We get stronger, and we're physically dominating other schools on the football field, where we're standing around the fourth quarter, and they have half a dozen or more kids tapping out with their team doctors and stuff. We have really invested in it, and the kids have bought into it. And I coach at a big school. You don't live in a big school, you get dominated, all right? But in a small school, you can really take it as a bonus because a lot of schools can't figure out how to get their kids to play 3 sports and lift weights. We have figured that out. I love this picture. You look in there, there's females, there's guys in there. Lifting a Shallock has become everybody's thing now. If you're going to do this, and I heard this guy from PA said this to me years ago, you have to get everybody involved. Lifting can't just be a football thing, or you're going to lose the battle inside your school. It needs to be you include everybody. You get the girls cross country team, you get the girls soccer team, you get those kids in the hallway, and you get everybody bought into lifting. So we have 1,000-pound club shirts for the guys, 500-pound club shirts for the ladies, and we just over the last 3 to 4 years have slowly got everybody bought into lifting. Where I had a meeting with the superintendent this week about bringing in, basically hiring a strength and conditioning coach for the entire school to lift every kid in the school. Like, because that's how many kids want to use the weight room now. But it wasn't done just through football. Because if you just make it football and you're not a football school, you're going to lose that battle. And I found out the hard way at other stops. You got to make it about everybody. If you're going to shift and change the culture, you need administration. If you don't have administration who's going to support you on the building level or the district level, it's going to be very, very hard. They have to share your vision. And when you're trying to turn around a program, if they don't have your back, you're not going to get it done. And I can speak that from experience. I mean, first off, as a head coach, the AD was not supportive, and he ran us out of town because of the double wing. Here, it was, you're treating the kids well, and we're going to be okay. And also control the controllable. You're not going to be able to fix everything at once. Know what hills to die on. What is important to your program? Like, my hill that I was always willing to die on was changing the culture around the weight room. Everything else I was willing to compromise on and play a little politics per se. But I wasn't playing politics with the weight room. If the weight room wasn't on board, I would have left and found another job. That's how important I thought it was. But you can't do that with everything. As a coach, sometimes we get so tied up into our narrow bubble that we can't see outside that bubble, and we want to die on every hill. You can't do that. It's to control your controllables. What can I control, and what's my plan? And do I have an administration that sees eye to eye with me? And when I got to go toe to toe with the administration, what can I compromise on, and what's my deal breakers? And not everything. Everything cannot be a deal breaker. You just can't. Not in the life of a public education. Definitely not. Like I said, weight room. So what do we do with the weight room? All right, we're a year-round strength and conditioning program. Now, you're going to say, Coach, you're a small school. Your kids play 2 or 3 sports. How do you do it? Well, you work with those coaches. So first thing is jersey numbers are earned. Nobody gets to keep a jersey number. It resets every year. We count how many times in the weight room, and then we line them up and go, all right, you got the most list. What number do you want this year? So every year, jersey number is tied to their all-star attendance. If you make one change, that is my biggest thing, is tie it to those jersey numbers. Those kids want number 0. They want the low digits. They'll go in the weight room for those jerseys. You want to be a captain? 90%. End of story. And we post off-season depth charts on Google Classroom based on the kids' weight room attendance. We meet monthly as a staff, and we change that. And if the kid's not showing up to the weight room, we just put it down in the depth chart. We work with other coaches. You play a sport, we'll give you 50%. And we also encourage other coaches to allow us to train their athletes. Like I said, it's bigger than football. So in the spring, I train the baseball team. I train the girls' track team. We're still working on the boys' track team. That's a different story for a different day. But these kids, so now it's not the football workout, it's Shallock's workout. Our goal is to have a unified weight room program. What that means is I would like every sport, every gym class, all of us to be on the same program, everybody lifting in school and out of school, and then we don't have this problem. But I probably will always keep the jersey number, the off-season attendance, just to keep a little accountability on the kids. So that's the things that we do with the weight room. Branding, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of it. Facebook for the parents, alumni, Instagram for the kids, Twitter for the coaching world. Everything we do is posted on Twitter. So if you go to our Twitter, our Facebook, you'll see that things are posted all the time. Weight room numbers are posted all the time. Every week we post the numbers. We post the records, stats. We post, Coach Amar does graphic stuff. We post kids every week, all year round. We generate our own publicity, make others notice us. Coach has a golden fedora, the offensive player of the week. We take the picture of it and we post it. Post everything. Get your team out there in public. Make football important. Kids love that stuff. If you can't do it, find a coach on your staff who can do it. Everything is branded on social media, and we hit every line of social media, hit every different face. Like Facebook, hey, guys more my age. Instagram, that's the kid stuff. Twitter is great for coaching resources, or X, or whatever they call it today. These are things that we do. You see up here, these are our offensive lineman, defensive lineman weight room numbers. All right, we post that. We don't hide it. We rank, we record, we publish. We have weight room boards in the room. We have pictures in there. We have our quotes in there. It's branded for football. It's branded for sports. I'm blessed with a great booster club. We get an off-season T-shirt every year. So again, the kids don't pay for the stuff. The parents raise it. So hey, our hashtags this year is we always find a way to win. Our overall, we're going to find a way to win everything that we do. We compete in everything that we do. And this year's unfinished business. We went 11-1 last year. We got a bad taste in our mouth. So again, the kids wear this stuff. I got kids who don't even play football wearing this shirt. So we're creating the culture throughout the hallways of the school. As everything we do. And this is your typical day. We train typically 50 to 60 kids a day after school, and we rotate them right through. Communication. You have to communicate, guys. Every Sunday morning, I get up before my kids get up. I make my coffee. I send a weekly email to my alumni, to my coaching staff, my players, and my parents year-round. Doesn't matter how short or long it is, they get a weekly email, what's going on with the football program on a weekly basis. And I keep them in the loop, fundraisers, lifting, just to say hi, happy Easter, every week. And all 4 of those groups get an email every week. Leadership Council. We allow our players to have input. So if you're not a captain, you could be on the Leadership Council, and I meet with them once a month in my room doing, we have like a unit time off for school where they come in and we talk about stuff. I'm like, hey guys, what do you think about practices? What do you think about summer? What do you think about Jersey? Do you want to keep the helmet the same? And these kids have input, and they feel ownership of the program. Like when we changed our helmets, the kids wanted to do that. This year, they voted to keep that. They pick T-shirt designs. They do things like that. They go, hey, coach, can we do a team bonding event here? They bring up through me. So they feel they have ownership. At the end of the season, I meet with every player and coach individually. Yes, it takes some time. It took me 2 weeks to meet with everybody. But that way, I can be honest, they can be honest, and I can make changes for the program based on their input. And the biggest thing as a head football coaches, be honest with yourself. And when you make mistakes, admit it and tell people you make mistakes. You make a bad call at a game, say it. Sometimes even if you didn't, say it anyway. Players respect that. Coaches respect that. Admit when you're wrong. It'll go a long way. Booster Club. Our school funding is not where it should be. And that's, like I said, not good stuff. But we have a great booster club of parents. We raise approximately $25,000 a year to supplement the football program. They pay for the freshman coach. They pay for all the swag. We got new sleds and stuff donated. We have sideline replay paid for by the Booster Club. Our kids eat twice a week, paid for by the Booster Club during the season. We have protein shakes at the end of workouts, paid for by the Booster Club. All this stuff. We fundraise. We have a great banquet at the end of the year. But here's the thing. Our kids have nothing to do with fundraising. They don't do anything. They don't sell anything. They don't do anything. Our parents do it. We focus on events, and we don't sell popcorn, cheesecakes, or any of that stuff. We have a spring beef and beer and spring raffle, which raises anywhere between $5,000 and $8,000 a year. We have a golf tournament in the summer that raises about $10,000 a year, and so right there, $2,000, and then other stuff is online sponsorship, signs, that type of stuff. But our kids are not involved in fundraising. They play football. We don't have them selling stuff that the parents do. And I ask a lot of the kids, I don't want them selling popcorn, cheesecakes, and you don't make a lot of money off of it. And that stuff allows you to brand, gives you that money that's not tied into your school funding, where you can now, hey, I want a T-shirt. You don't have to ask permission. You call your booster club up, you get the check written, and they make a T-shirt for you. That's important to have that, because if not, you get tied up in public school bureaucracy, and New Jersey's bad sometimes. What do you do on the football field? Change your culture. Coach White says you got to stop sucking first. And great resource. I've known Coach White for 20 years. And what he means by that is before you win, you have to stop sucking. You have to look at why are we losing football games? Why do we stink? And usually it's penalties, turnovers, it's stuff that you can control. You got to stop that stuff first. You got to become a disciplined football team. And in 2021, when we ran off our winning 4 of our last 6 games, that's when we put our foot down and said, we got to stop sucking. And that's when we just started working on those little things. Last year, don't quote me on this, we averaged maybe 1-2 penalties a game, and that's it. We didn't make those mistakes. We never beat ourselves. Do not ignore special teams. Don't. We practice a lot of special teams. We spent from June all the way through. We won 2 games last year based on our kicking game. We're blessed with a young kicker who works on it. That's what he wants to do, and we put a lot of focus in that. Kicked a couple key field goals for us this year. That was the difference. Field position on the kickoffs. We take pride in our special teams, and Coach Amor does a great job with those. And we make it special. They have their own helmet stickers for that type of stuff. So again, we don't. It's not like all right, kickoff team the day before the game. We practice it from summer, fall camp, all the way through, and we don't deviate from that. And the kids know it's important. The second thing we do is we're a defensive program. We put our 11 best football players on defense. End of story. We're a small school. We're going to play a lot of kids, but we're not going to rotate on defense outside of situational stuff. We want our 11 best on there. You can't score on us. You can't win. And that took some time because our kids didn't want to play defense when we first got there. And that's kind of the reason we went double wing, because our first year there, we gave up 45 points per game. It was horrible. Last year, we only gave up 12 points per game. That's a 30-point turnover in 3 years. And double wing offense helped us with that. But we also found out that, you know what? I could play with the next best guard in the double wing. I could play with an undersized kid in the double wing. I could do that type of stuff. But I can't play with a slow on defense. And we need the best kids on defense, the most athletic kids that we got, best kids that we got, the kids who want to be out there. And if we have to rotate them on offense or not play them at all on offense, we're okay with that. And being a smaller school, when you are now playing kids one way or 1.5 and only have a few kids playing 2 ways, you get to that fourth quarter, you're playing, the other teams are playing their 12 kids and they're gassed. You're not. Clear and consistent expectations. This is the hardest thing for a coach to do. You have to have clear and consistent expectations. And sometimes you get addition through subtraction. What I mean by that is you might have to let go one of your best football players, but it's going to make you better at the end. No player, coach is bigger than your program. Coach Amor said it right here. We went 0-7 with you. We can go 0-7 without you. Don't fall in love with talent. If they're not doing it your way, they're not doing what your expectations are, don't sell your soul for a win. It's going to hurt you down the road, and you're not going to have that expectation. My biggest thing with the kids is I have 2 rules. Your best ability is availability. They have to be at practice. And I have a very strict practice policy. And communication is the key. Make your players talk to you. Make them talk to you. My kids, if they're going to miss school, they have to send me a message on Remind before 7 a.m. or it's unexcused. And that's all year round. Because if not, they'll find ways. They'll go to their nurse, tell them their tummy hurts. They'll go here because they're that's that. They have to be there. And once you can clear that up, you'll be okay. So yeah, our first couple years there, I mean, we lost some kids that were better talented, but they didn't want to do these things. Explain the why. Tell them why you run with it all the time. Tell them why you run the double wing. Tell them the way we practice. Tell them why you run a certain drill. Explain why, like for us, in our depth chart, a senior would never back up a senior, ever. And the reason is because that senior backing up is not here the next year, and I don't need a sophomore or a junior with no experience. So the backups are going to be able to run the class. That's not negotiable in our program. And Coach Amar can tell you, that's one thing. For me, a senior is not going to back up a senior. He's not going to help you. And again, everything you do has to be for the program. So you got to explain those things to the kids. Like, I know sometimes we're football coaches. I remember growing up, you just did it because that's what they told you. We don't live in that world. And these kids only buy in if you tell them why they're doing certain things. Like they have to understand why you're doing it, or they're not going to do it. Our practice setup. This is a little bit different, so I'll explain it. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but because of my coaches outside the building, we lift and we have study halls before practice. So varsity JV rotate. So we lift 3 days a week and we have study halls once or twice a week. So that's great. The kids get a lot of work done. We have the great checks, stuff like that. We have a GTF philosophy. Get to Friday philosophy. And you can tell from our schedule there, we're in full gear one day a week. Thursdays, we're only on the field for 45 minutes. We come in a day after the game. We watch film, see the trainer. I'm looking at doing yoga this year. Everything is about getting to Friday. We do not condition and practice the way I grew up. We're not doing gassers. We're not doing sprints. We eliminate all the unnecessary stuff, and we focus on football only. I personally, the staff, we really got into Feed the Cats. It's Tony Holler. You can find him on there. He will challenge you. Everything we've been taught growing up, he will challenge that. And again, I agree with him 90% of the time, but basically, we're not on the field more. We're never on the field more than 2 hours. We're a fast-paced practice, but we're not fast-paced like Chip Kelly style. We're fast-paced in between our drills. We run things game speed in drills and that type of stuff. And that's how we condition. We haven't ran a gasser. We haven't ran 300s. Our kids don't run miles. We don't run laps. We're football players. Everything is done in 5-second bursts. And something that really made a lot of sense to me, I was watching another clinic this year, and somebody said, "Why do your kids get cramps?" He goes, "It's not because they're not in shape." He goes, "It's because you don't practice at game speed." And that first game of the year is the first time they actually practice at game speed, and they start cramping up. He goes, "It's not about the pickle juice. It's not about the bananas. It's not about the Gatorade. It's because they don't practice at game speed." And that's what we do. We practice at game speed, and we cut out all the nonsense. We don't even stretch, guys. We start positions, and our dynamic stretching is done by position. We don't even stretch. We're not lining up. We're not touching our toes. We eliminate all that. And that has saved us 20 minutes that we can focus on football, get them off the field, get them in the weight room, or get them in the film room. Hey, it took me a lot of years to be sold on this, but I saw it with my own eyes the last 2 years where our kids are fresh at the end of the year. They're not hurt. We don't have hamstring problems. We don't have rolled ankles. We don't have any of that stuff. Our kids stay on the field all year round. Double wing. It helped us create an identity mentality. You guys are at a double wing clinic because we all believe in the offense. So do I. I've coached the double wing since 2004. However, you're going to get fired running this offense. I found out the hard way in 2011, my first head coaching job. We were turning around a program. We were getting there. The AD did not like the offense, canned us. Flat out. He would not support us. He did not like the offense, even though we were all these things we were doing to Shalk. You started seeing it, didn't care, didn't like the offense. So when I was hired at Shalk for my second time around, we didn't initially run the double wing. I was gun shy. And then after we figured it out with the coaches and all that stuff, we're like, we transitioned to the double wing. And now we're in that thing. And we adapted to our kids. I'm not stubborn. I just want to win football games. He's got inside the numbers. We ran about 7 games in the double wing in 2021. We started 8 freshmen. All right. 2022, we were all double wing. But again, passing numbers are okay. You're not okay. None of us are here to throw the ball. But what we found out was when you get in the playoffs and you get in teams who lift like you do, who are actually taught to play defense, if you don't have the ability to throw the ball a little bit more, they're going to shut you down. Defense is good in New Jersey. People coach defense. And in 2023, this year, we moved our 1,000-yard back quarterback. The kid is awesome. He could run, he could throw. So we transitioned to Hugh White's open wing offense. It made us harder to defend. 1,800 yards on the ground, and then he was 51 for 88 passing, 58% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns for one thing. That right there now We didn't have 9 guys in the box anymore. People are playing 2 high safeties because of the 9's ability to throw the football. And when they load the box and they gave us certain situations, we could throw the ball when we wanted to, not when we had to. And that's what I liked about Hugh White's system. We're able to keep the double wing philosophy of running superpower, and the kids love it. Our kids today, man, some people want to wind up and run superpower, I promise. But with the ability to throw the football a little bit when you want to, not when you have to, and have a running quarterback, it made us that much harder to defend. And we're going to progress that even more this year. But we're never going to lose our identity as a double wing team. It's just not going to be double tight, double wing under center, because we're blessed with the kids that now, 2 years from now, I don't have Kanai Simmons anymore. Yeah, we'll go back on the center, and the system's still there. So that's kind of things that we've been doing, and that's how we turn our program around. Moving forward this year, like I said, we have the entire team back from last year, and hey, football is an unforgiving game. So I appreciate your guys' time. Coach Amor, I know you've been on the call. If anything that I missed that we've done that you want to share to everybody before our time's up?
Yeah, one of the things I want to add about the practice. A couple of years ago, we looked into some air raid stuff and how the way they practice. And, it's you segment everything, shorter periods, go boom, 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 no rest in between. And we tried with our kids, and we were like, I don't know how this is going to work. And our kids came to us and said, hey, you know what? We really like that. Move the whole time, no downtime, no time to turn around. We get in, we get our work in, and we get out. So going to, in the double wing, we figure, okay, the kids like that style of practice where we get things segmented, we do one drill, we blow the whistle, we're on to the next, and we keep everything moving, and we've kept that same philosophy. I just said that, even though it'll be a double wing team, but you can look at other systems, other styles of play, and get good ideas. Mike mentioned that we've been coaching double wings since 2004. And we coached at a school before Mike's first head coaching job. We ran the double wing, and we were running down there too. But we picked up a play. You guys know mesh, about the air raid world. Mike Leach, and we took that play. I found it online years ago. I'm 50 years old. I'm older than Mike. I've been coaching for 25 years. Came across this play before a wing T guy. I was like, it was pretty cool. And first school I coached at, ran it. All right, we got the school, we ran the double wing. First time, hey, look at this pass play. It was really cool. And he looked at it and said, yeah, this is pretty cool. I like it. And we ran it. And as a double wing team, we were running mesh out of a compressed formation. And we scored a couple touchdowns with it. And everywhere we've gone since, we always bring that play with us. Now, we haven't gotten to the point where we can run it now. Shallow, I think this year we're going to try. We tried it every year. The amount of time it takes to run it, the little details, kind of power doesn't really, can't really put that much time to put a pass play down. I think this year, we're going to really like it. He really wants to go with it. So it might be mesh returning for us this year. But like I said, you have to lock yourself in. I'm only a double wing guy. I'm going to look at double wing resources. There's 100 ways to skin a cat. We can look at any different offensive system and find ideas and ways of doing things that can help you within your system. And then it goes defensively also. We're a 3-3 stack team, but Michael Barr stuff from his 3-4 background, 4-3, 4-5 stuff, and we see good ideas within the frame of what we're doing.
Coach Amar, thank you for that. I'm glad that, like I said, I wanted Frank here. Frank was going to travel with us too. Been around with me since day one. I think my biggest advice to anybody is when you're trying to turn around a program, number one, be yourself, pull from things, have that older coach that you reach out to, you can talk to. I have a guy who I worked with at the prior school where, hey, we talk daily, and I bounce ideas off them. You need outside thing and be yourself and what is important to you and focus on what's important to you, and don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to do something like Coach Amar said. Oh, that's not double wing. Well, do what your kids can do, whatever that that is. We could do this. We're going to do this. And again, you always have that foundation there. So again, hey, there's my contact info again. If you want this PowerPoint there, you want anything else from me, you got other questions, I'm an open book, guys. Give me a call, text, email, whatever you need. Coach Winslow, I appreciate you figuring it out with the technology stuff. I'm really looking forward to this. I hope everybody got something out of this.
Coach, thank you for doing it. I mean, everything came through pretty clear here for the most part.
Okay.
I think it was good stuff, a lot of stuff to take forward. All of us at some point are either thinking of transitioning, have transitioned to the double wing, or are just trying to get better. So I think everything as far as the weight room stuff and all that branding and stuff, I think it's something that all of us could do a little bit better, maybe steal one or two things from. So does anybody have any questions I can relay to Coach real quick? When you were talking about making it a school-wide weightlifting program, was there any one thing that you could share that really sold that to the other sports? Is it scheduling? Are you coming in at 6 a.m., doing it preschool for in-season guys? Are you running multiple sessions? How are you getting all those other athletes in the weight room?
Well, the first thing is convincing some of those athletes to live with us when they're not in season. What ended up happening was, I'm going to use the girls' track team, for instance. The girls' track coach came up to me and said, Coach, I want you to lift everybody. I'm like, why? She goes, because your girls that lifted with you on my team don't get hurt, and the rest of my kids are getting hurt. So they're seeing the progress there. And basically, you got to be as flexible there where I'm running the weight room from after school until 6 o'clock every night to get those kids in there. Now, the goal is to get them to lift in gym class and implement our program throughout the sports. But right now, I became very flexible to do that. We even lifted during the school day last year a little bit, like during our time off. It's called Cougar time. So again, I think you got to be flexible and just find out what works for you, because everybody's situation is a little bit different. But I think they have to see it with their own eyes going, wow, those girls don't get hurt. And they're like, wow, she got a PR and jab. And like, so I think it's because it catches on once other people start seeing other kids doing it.
Okay. Well, thanks again for making this work, Coach. I really appreciate it. I'm going to hop off here, but if anybody has any follow-up stuff, I'll reach out to you, okay?
Yeah, again, they needed my contacts there, Coach, whatever you need. And like I said, you do this next year, I'll be there. Let me know.
All right. Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Okay, he's going to end the YouTube stuff. That's it.